Good morning, everyone. I'll just bring that a bit closer. Okay, there's no fire alarm drill anticipated today, so if the fire alarm sounds, please leave the building through the nearest fire exit by following the running man signs above the doors and make your way to the rear of the car park. The organiser of the meeting will tell you when it's safe to return. Toilets are available in the stairwell of the building. Water is available from the water cooler in reception. And finally, please make sure all phones are either muted or switched off, and I have done mine today. Good morning, I am your chair, Councillor Ollie Davey, and welcome to this Planning Committee meeting on Tuesday the 21st, not the 21st of April, it's Tuesday the 12th of May, 2026. They're trying to catch me out, you know, just because it's my last one. Sitting to my right is the Vice Chair, Councillor Eileen Wragg. Supporting officers present today are Wendy Ormsby, Development Manager, Damien Hunter, Planning Solicitor, and Wendy Harris, Democratic Services Officer. Presenting officers for the applications today will be Senior Planning Officers Jamie Quinton and Nigel Barrett, Planning Officer Jack Richards, Development Manager Wendy Ormsby, and Gareth Stevenson, Principal Planning Officer. The meeting today is being streamed live to the Council's YouTube account, so can I remind all members and officers contributing to the meeting to use a microphone or your comments will not be heard. We'll now start the meeting by doing a roll call of committee members and declarations of interest. And on behalf of all the committee, I'll just say we have been lobbied on 251150 MFUL Broadclist. That's the BESS. And on 252468, I think that's a song, isn't it? MOUT, that's the Otter St Mary one, that's the Galway Nurseries one. So I've certainly been lobbied extensively on those. I think I've also been lobbied on 250356 MOUT, the Sidmouth one, land east of Burscombe Lane. Yeah, the committee can confirm that. So those three I'll declare on behalf of the whole committee. Does anybody have any others to add that I've missed out that we've all been lobbied on?
No, but I'd like to add something.
Councillor Wragg, you want to add?
I'd just like to add that I was called by the agent for 252468, the Ottery St Mary major one, asking if I would be attending, and which I thought was a bit odd. Thank you.
Okay. So, yes, over to you now, Wendy.
Okay, so Councillor Davey, you're here, and you've said the declarations. Councillor Wragg, you're here. I'll move on to Councillor Brian Bailey.
President Wendy, same declarations as everybody else. I was also called by the Ottery agent, but I gave him short shrift. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow.
President Wendy, and same as everyone else.
Was you called by the agent for Ottery as well? Oh, sorry, that's me.
I was called by someone. I didn't even give them time to speak to me as to what it was about.
Councillor Colin Brown.
Yes, same as everybody else, except I wasn't called by the agent.
Do we have Councillor Chapman? No. Councillor Bethany Collins?
Present, thank you, and nothing further, no calls.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzard?
Present, thank you, Wendy. Yeah, and I also received, I think it was from the agent on item 12 as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heath?
I'm present and same as everybody else, but no contact from anyone, which makes me very happy.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Present, and yes, I've had many calls over many applications, including the developers on 2.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, present, Wendy. Only lobbying on the Ottery St Mary one. No agents called me, but had some calls on the Sidmouth, Sidford one, and also lobbying.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Same declaration as everyone else, but no phone calls.
Thank you. Councillor Levine.
President, thank you. No phone calls. Well, that's because maybe I've plugged my phone out. Mr. Chair, sir, is it your birthday that you've turned up in a suit?
I thought, this doesn't have to be recorded. I thought I'd wear the suit and tie because my wife said, well, you've got to find every opportunity now. We've spent a fortune on this to use it, but I thought it was appropriate. Thank you for noticing, Yehudi. Nobody else did.
Thank you. Can I?
Say what a lovely committee you've had.
Do any non-committee members have any declarations? No? Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Okay. Right. In that case, we move on to agenda item 1, the registered speakers. Speakers for today's planning applications can be found on pages 4 and 5 of your agenda. Minutes of the previous meetings, so pages 6 to 9. Is it members' wish that as chair I sign the minutes of the meeting held on the 21st of April, true and accurate record? Can we take a vote on that, please? All in favour, and any abstentions? A couple of people who weren't here, I guess, yeah. Okay, got all those, Damien? Yep. In that case, I will sign those. And apologies, Wendy.
Yes, we've got 2 apologies. Councillor Kim Bloxham, Councillor Sarah Chamberlain. Councillor Smith will be joining us around midday, he said.
Okay, thank you. And declarations of interest, we've done. Agenda item 5, matters of urgency, there are none. Agenda item 6, to agree any items to be dealt with after the public have been excluded, none today. Agenda item 7, planning appeal statistics, pages 10 to 26, and an update from Mrs. Ormsby.
Good morning. So there's only 2 decided appeals in your reports today. One of them, the one at Greendale Business Park, land south of Sidmouth Road, we touched on at the last meeting, and that was the result of an inquiry regarding 30 EV charging points. And just a bit of clarification on the remarks refers to public health mitigation reasons upheld, which effectively related to the fact that the applicant hadn't been able to demonstrate through lack of information about how any fire water might be managed on the site in the event of such an aspect. But also there was the further issue of the fact that the inspector had felt that the facility didn't have the adequate services necessary to make it a sustainable development overall. There have been, there's quite a number of the appeals in the list of appeals in progress that have actually been determined since this agenda was published. But for the most part, I think it probably makes more sense just to leave that till the next meeting to report on, with the exception of one, which is a more substantial appeal, which is probably worth bringing to members' attention if you're not already aware, and that relates to 250509 MOUT, land at Ottery Road, Fennerton, a proposed development for 85 houses. that application was refused under delegated powers, and that appeal has been dismissed. And the principal, the inspector, agreeing with the council's two main reasons for refusal, which related to adverse landscape impact, but also having regard to the fact that there are three outstanding resolutions to approve or approvals at Fennerton relating to emerging allocations and also an unallocated site. The inspector felt that this site, which was also is not a proposed allocation in the emerging local plan, would be effectively too much development for Fennerton at this stage. And so for those are, I mean, it's a very general summary, but those are the two broad reasons that the inspector accepted and agreed with the council's reasons for refusal in dismissing that appeal. Thank you. Unless there's any questions.
Nope, not today. Okay, in that case, we will move on to agenda item 8. So our first planning application today, this is 251150 MFUL, land to the southwest of Exeter substation, and that's pages 27 to 79 in your agenda pack. Senior Planning Officer Jamie Quinton is going to present the report on that one. So over to you, Jamie.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. The first application for you to consider concerns the construction of a battery energy storage system at land southwest of Exeter substation. The application has been submitted on the basis that the BESS would operate for 40 years, and the application is before you all as the officer recommendation differs from the position of Broadclyst Parish Council. There is one update. The parish have submitted some comments over the weekend in response to the committee reports and comments made by the Devon and Somerset Fire Service. I believe they have been circulated to everyone sat on committee, so I wasn't going to repeat them in full, but I'm obviously happy to address any questions after I finish the presentation. The comments received don't impact the conclusions of the report. But yeah, as I said, happy to answer any questions on those at the end of the presentation. So the map on your screen shows the site's location within the district. Broadclyst Village is located 1.5 kilometres to the west of the site, and Cranbrook being a similar distance to the south alongside the B3174. Members will note the site's proximity to the edge of Exeter and also the M5. The site is outside any defined built-up area boundary and therefore an open countryside as defined by Strategy 7 of the local plan, which prohibits development unless explicitly permitted by other policy. In this case, Strategy 39, which is titled Renewable and Low Carbon Energy Projects, supports the development of battery energy storage systems, given that they are considered essential in facilitating the rollout of renewable energy production. So on your screens now is an aerial image showing the application site in context of Exeter substation, which is here to the northeast, and existing solar farm developments. So you have Burreton Solar Farm to the north, Saundercroft Solar Farm to the east, and Cranaford Solar Farm to the southeast. The main development area consists of two arable fields that gently slope northwards and are enclosed by mature hedgerows and boundary trees. Despite significant solar farm developments in the locality, the wider landscape is rural in character, containing scattered farmsteads, woodland blocks, and agricultural land. So in addition to those three solar farms just mentioned, and those are shaded in blue on the map on your screen at the moment, the council have consented 3 battery energy storage systems in the locality. So most notably, the area shaded in green is the Saundercroft Farm BESS. And just to give members an idea of comparison, that was permission for up to 488 battery units. The area shaded in purple is a site known as land east of Exeter substation. So committee resolved to grant permission for a BESS there for up to 66 battery units. And then in orange, which is a site north of Saundercroft Road, committee again resolved to approve planning permission for a BESS for up to 20 units. So the current scheme is for up to 108 battery units. So access to the site is provided through an existing entrance off the road to the south between Locksborough Cross and Cranford Cross. There is a public right-of-way known as Broadcliff Footpath 28 that runs between this road and another C road to the north between Forches Head and Wardscroft. So the public right-of-way is the pink line on your screens now. So the right-of-way also follows the Cliffs Valley Regional Park designation, but it's important to note that the application site itself falls outside that designation. So on your screen now, on the left-hand side is the site plan for the scheme, which shows the location of the battery compound on the left and the substation. So both are set back from the highway and will be accessed by a new track that would be located centrally within the site. The red line also accommodates for the cable routing to Exeter substation, and the council were informed that a connection point has been agreed subject to the granting of planning permission. So the image in the top right of your screens is a cropped image from the Agricultural Land Survey. So development would result in the loss of grade 3A and 3B agricultural land, and that has been weighed into the planning balanced against approval. So there are two distinct elements of the development. The battery compound on the left here, which consists of 108 battery units, 36 inverter units, palisade fencing that encloses the site, and a 4-meter high acoustic barrier, which you might just be able to make out here, that spans the northern perimeter and northeastern perimeter. The compound has 2 points of access on its eastern boundary in order to comply with NFCC guidance regards to emergency access during the unlikely event that there is a fire event. This is taking into account prevailing winds, which are generally from the southwest. The layout also provides a continuous loop to ensure emergency vehicles can access the battery units and avoids them having to reverse, and also provides access to the water storage tanks that are located on the periphery of the site. On the right-hand side, you have the substation compound, which also has a 4-meter high acoustic fencing. You have the external infrastructure, and then the welfare unit and transformer units, which are enclosed in single-story structures. So these are two sections that have been submitted in support of the proposals. The primary purpose is really to demonstrate to members how the land slopes from south to north and the level changes between those batteries at the northern extent and those at the southern extent. So this is an elevation of the battery unit, of which there are 108 of. The outline battery safety management plan indicates that each unit should include gas or aerosol suppression systems to avoid propagation between cells in the unlikely event that there is a fire. Furthermore, each unit shall be equipped with deflagration protection. These are usually panels that release to avoid an explosion when pressure changes are detected within the cell. The outline battery safety management plan indicates that the cells shall be lithium-ion based. However, the exact chemical composition of the units, including details of the safety measures, shall be provided in a detailed battery safety management plan, and this is recommended to be secured via condition. So this is an elevation drawing of the battery inverter units. These convert direct current stored by the batteries into alternating current that can be used by the grid. And these are sited kind of at the end of the pairs of the battery containers. So this is an enlarged part of the site plan of the substation. So as mentioned before, you've got the 4-metre high acoustic fence here, you've got the welfare unit and the transformer rooms here. This is a section of the external infrastructure of the substation, which would be 12 metres in width with a maximum height of 10 metres. So this is a section of the cable routing which will connect to Exeter substation. And on the image in the bottom right there, it will be required to pass through 5 lengths of hedgerow. And therefore, the tree officer has indicated a preference for the developer to utilise directional drilling to reduce the extent of hedge removal required to facilitate installation of the cable routing. And that position is supported by the ecology officer. So that is sought to be secured through a pre-commencement condition where that detail will be shown within an arboricultural method statement. So I appreciate some of the detail on this drawing might be hard to see, but it's the drainage scheme. So surface water generated by the battery compound and substation shall be attenuated by a series of gravel basins with an impermeable liner at its base. Filter drains then funnel the water at a restricted flow rate to mimic greenfield runoff rates into a drainage ditch. This then discharges into a nearby watercourse just to the northeast of the site. So the drainage scheme includes a penstock, which will be located approximately about here, that can be shut off in the event of fire to retain any firefighting water within the drainage basins. These basins also consist of limestone, which can neutralise some toxic chemicals released in the event of a fire and in the event that some of those chemicals make their way into the drainage basin, where water suppression is undertaken by the emergency services. Further technical information submitted from the applicant's consultant state that the system shall have capacity to store both regular and design rainfall as well as firewater. The local lead flood authority have raised no objection to the detail to the drainage scheme, subject to a pre-commencement condition that secures the detailed design. So this is a picture of the existing access onto the sea road to the south that should be utilised as the primary access to the BESS site. As detailed within that image in the top right of your screen, in order to provide visibility displays, some minor hedge removal is required immediately either side of the access. The outline transport statement and construction management plan submitted with the application has also undertaken a swept path analysis to demonstrate that HGV, LGVs and emergency vehicles can safely turn into the site. So the same document also depicts construction routes. Route 1, which is in blue on your screen, is the preferred HGV routing, is via Broadcliston and Pinhoe via the B3 181 to access the M5, avoiding Cranaford Lane, which is over here, due to its level crossing and turning constraints. However, it is considered appropriate for LVGs to use Route 2, which is the purple line, via the B3174. Route 3, which is in green, would only be used during installation of the cable routing. The CTMP has assessed a concentrated 12-month construction phase. Typical movements comprise of around 3 HGV and 2 LGV deliveries a day. These movements will avoid peak school travel times, and a banksman and booking system will regulate vehicle arrivals to ensure safe access, avoid conflict, and prevent any build-up on the local road network. Construction will be overseen by a traffic management group responsible for monitoring CTMP measures. Given the number of recently approved BESS schemes within the locality that seek to utilise similar routes for construction traffic, it is considered that a collaborative approach is undertaken by developers to coordinate their construction phases. Evidence of this, including contact details of the traffic management group, should be required and made available to the parish council and should be secured via pre-commencement condition as part of the standard KEMP condition. County highway authorities have reviewed the CTMP and have raised no objection. So I'm just going to go through a number of site photos. So this one's taken just inside the site's access to the south, looking north across the application site. So members will note existing agricultural development there on the right, and also Burreton Solar Farm, which you can make out there just in the background. Also, members will note the topography of the land that falls away. So from here, whilst unlikely that the BESS compound itself would be visible, it is anticipated that the kind of upper parts of the substation would be visible. So a number of the following photos are now taken from that public right-of-way. So this is taken looking northwest and looking over the field where the substation would be located. So now I'm looking southwest. I'm stood just back of that public right-of-way, but looking over the same parcel of agricultural land. The substation would be located here, and then the kind of beige coloured field in the distance there is where the battery compound would be sited. So the application is supported by a landscaping scheme, and I'll show a slide of that in a second, and that does propose woodland planting around the edge of the site. So that is a mock-up image of the substation taken from a point that was very similar from this photo here. You can make out the canopy of that tree there, which is here. So this is looking north over the nearby, the adjacent watercourse that drainage scheme should discharge into, and where the cable routing will have to pass under. The LLFA have stipulated that consent shall be required from Devon County Council's Flood and Coastal Risk Management Team. And outfall into this watercourse will also require land drainage consent. Proof of these agreements shall be secured via planning condition. So this photo isn't taken from the public right-of-way. I'm stood within the fields where the battery compound is to be located. Again, members will note that gently sloping topography of the site, which avoids the battery compound being visible from that road to the south. So back on the public right-of-way now, looking south. So this is looking at that field where the substation would be, which runs along this boundary here. The battery compound itself is just out of view behind that hedging on the right. So this photo is taken again from the public right-of-way, but right up where the right-of-way meets the sea road to the north. There has been so this planting has been established, and I believe is part of the landscaping scheme for the Burreton Solar Farm. So part of some views from that right-of-way are obscured, but it's as you travel south along the right-of-way that the development would be much more apparent. So this photo is taken from the sea road. So you've got Burreton Solar Farm in the foreground there. You would have the substation visible there, and you would be able to make out the battery compound there, particularly as the submitted landscaping establishes. So this is just slightly further along the road to the east, where there's a fairly distinct break in the hedgerow, which gives you these kind of reaching views over the application site. So again, substation on the left-hand side here, and the battery compound here. So the application is supported by a landscape visual appraisal, which has been reviewed by the council's landscape architect. Officers anticipate a substantial magnitude of change at completion of the development, giving rise to moderate adverse effects, reducing over time as planting, as detailed on the landscaping on your screen, matures. In terms of landscape character effects, the proposal would result in a clear change from rural farmland to developed electrical infrastructure. The level of engineering works to facilitate construction of the tiered battery compound and new built elements would contrast the rolling arable landscape. The development would also give rise to noise effects affecting the tranquility of the public right-of-way. With regards to visual effects, it's agreed by the parties that this harm would be most perceptible to users of that footpath. There is disagreement between the parties with regards to the rate at which the proposed woodland planting would establish. However, it is acknowledged that visual effects are largely localised. However, due to the harm identified, the proposal would fail to meet Strategy 46 and Policy D1 of the local plan and NE5 of the Broadclist neighbourhood plan. So, expanding on noise impacts, the application is supported by a noise impact assessment which considered the impacts of the development on the 10 nearest properties, 10 residential properties. Those are all marks on that plan on your screen and listed there in the key below. The noise consultant has confirmed through the submission of further technical information that the NIA considered cumulative effects of other BESS developments that have got planning permission but have not yet commenced. Without mitigation, the assessment of harmful impacts, there were harmful impacts identified to Red Roof Cottage. That's the property listed as R04 here. The assessment therefore recommends mitigation in the form of installing those 2 4-metre high acoustic barriers that were mentioned at the start of the presentation to avoid adverse harm. So in terms of ecological impact, due to the removal of an outlier badger set and dormice habitat, a licence from Natural England will be required. It is detailed within the report. The derogation tests have been applied and considered to have been met. The various mitigation measures detailed within the ecology appraisal shall be secured through a compliance condition and requirement for a construction and ecological management plan. In terms of the developer's BNG obligations, the ECIA sets out that the developer commits to creation of diverse modified grassland, mixed scrub, species-rich hedgerows, and a new wet ditch feature. This achieves an overall 49.21% net gain in habitats, all delivered on site, and this is significantly above the current 10% requirement. The delivery of that BNG benefit will be secured through a 30-year habitat management and monitoring plan. So I'm just going to run through the planning balance. So for the avoidance of doubt, matters concerning surface water attenuation, fire safety, arboricultural impacts, neighbouring impacts, highway impacts, archaeology are all attributed neutral weight in the planning balance. In terms of harm, the effective industrialisation of agricultural land results in a substantial magnitude of change, which at completion results in moderate adverse effects, with longer term effects reducing to moderate minor after mitigation planting matures. The development results in the loss of BMV. However, policy EN 13 of the local plan allows the loss of BMV where the need for the development is overriding and alternatives are not reasonably available. In this case, the applicant has located the BESS on a site in close proximity to the national grid, and national policy direction strongly supports renewable and low carbon energy infrastructure. Loss of BMV land therefore weighs against the scheme, albeit the level of harm is limited. So in terms of benefits, paragraph 168 of the NPPF requires that significant weight be given to the benefits of renewable and low carbon energy. BESS infrastructure is essential to managing intermittency of renewables, stabilising the grid and supporting the transition to a net zero electricity system. National policy statements for energy anticipate a largely decarbonised grid by 2035, making strategic storage capacity increasingly critical. The proposal has a 40-year operational life, enabling long-term carbon savings by reducing reliance on fossil fuel generation. This is considered to weigh significantly in favour of the proposals. Additionally, the proposals result in 49.21% uplift in BNG, which weighs in favour of the proposal. So therefore, having considered the planning balance, officers consider the proposals are acceptable and therefore recommended for approval subject to conditions, which I'll provide to you on this last slide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Okay, we move on then to the first speaker, who is Peter Weeks.
Good morning. Just to reiterate the point that was raised just there, key point on page 51 from the officer's report is highly pertinent. The level of harm to landscape character, including tranquility and visual effects, fail to meet policy D1, strategy 46 of the local plan, and policy NE5 of the Broadcliffe neighbourhood plan on landscape and visual grounds. Officers argue that this policy failure is outweighed by the energy benefits. However, this is not a minor or technical breach. The scheme fails 3 separate adopted policies on landscape and visual impact. The question for the committee is whether the planning balance truly justifies overriding all 3. Additionally, this is not an isolated development. Energy benefits will still be derived from the other 3 BESS sites already approved in this locality. South West Water's consultation response states that if a fire supply is required, the water supply network would need to be upgraded, taking up to 18 months to complete. No condition addresses this. The application is supported by a fire safety strategy that relies on 12 on-site water tanks. Would the main supply be adequate if those tanks were depleted in a prolonged fire incident? Has the adequacy of the mains water supply for fire suppression purposes been confirmed? And if not, should a condition require this to be demonstrated before the development becomes operational? Aggregate deliveries. The CTMP models approximately 3 HGV deliveries per day for equipment, but the construction of engineered terraces across the site and the gravel attenuation bases beneath the battery units will require very large quantities of aggregate and hardcore. Those bulk material deliveries appear nowhere in the vehicle movement figures. What tonnage of aggregate and hardcore has been modelled, and how many additional HGV movements does that represent? Should the detailed CTMP Since the detailed CTMP is a pre-commencement condition, the committee should require BES Limited to address this gap explicitly before any work begins. Despite Highway saying there is no objection to using the road to Cranford Lane for the claimed movement of vehicle movements, anyone who has actually seen and used that road will know that it is already unsuitable for anything other than light traffic. There is very little HGV use at present because of the Cranford level crossing restrictions. There are very few passing places on the lane, and even those are hugely rutted. Parish Council's representation has requested a pre-commencement baseline road condition survey and a monitoring and reinstatement obligation, which would provide the enforcement mechanism needed. Additionally, although there are agreements on delivery times outside of school journey times, the experience of the existing Saundercroft BESS construction has been that HGVs can deliver constantly from 8 a.m. Since it is almost certain that the same haulage firms will be used, it's highly likely they will continue to ignore this requirement. Finally, the Parish Council's representation has requested post-commissioning noise monitoring with a mechanism requiring submission of additional mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next we hear from the applicant, Jamie Gleeson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Jamie Gleeson. I represent Island Green Power, the developer of Broadcliffe Energy Storage Project. We're a UK-based developer with over 13 years' experience delivering solar and battery storage projects across the UK with a strong focus on environmental enhancement and community benefit. Chair, our country faces 2 interlinked challenges: energy security and climate change. Recent global instability has again exposed how the UK's reliance on imported fossil fuels leads to volatile energy prices, reinforcing the urgent need for secure domestic energy generation and storage. Secondly, climate change is also affecting the UK, including our agricultural sector, with DEFRA estimating that 3/4 of our highest quality farmland could be lost by 2050 if trends continue. The way we produce energy is changing, and demand for electricity continues to rise. To meet the UK's legally binding net zero target, we're moving away from fossil fuels towards renewable sources like solar and wind. A secure and stable grid cannot be achieved by energy generation alone. This scheme will store approximately 125 megawatts of electricity that would otherwise be wasted when there is surplus supply from renewable sources, and it will release it back into the grid when demand is high. It's enough to power around 30,000 homes. The project has suitable land and access to a viable grid connection, which are currently a scarce and critical resource. While it will introduce some change to the landscape, we believe this development is appropriately sited and well designed, as do your officers. Our site is very close to the National Grid substation, sits in an area already well defined by other existing electrical infrastructure, such as pylons, overhead lines, and solar farms. Parts of the site are dedicated to landscape and environmental enhancement, delivering BNG of around 50% for habitats, 10% for hedgerows, and nearly 70% for watercourses. We've worked with consultees to shape the development, reflected by the lack of objections at application stage from statutory consultees. Your EHOs have confirmed that noise has been properly considered and no cumulative impact will arise. The BESS has been designed to the highest safety standards in line with NFCC guidance. Devon and Somerset FRS have raised no objection, nor has the lead LLFA of our proposed drainage measures. Devon Highways have raised no objection, and again, we've committed to working with other projects in the area to manage overlapping construction schedules. Surveys confirm that over 3/4 of the site is lower quality agricultural land, and in relation to food production, national evidence confirms that renewable development does not pose a risk to food security. In fact, tackling climate change is essential to protecting long-term agricultural productivity. If consent is granted, the project will provide community benefit fund for Broadclist in liaison with the Parish Council, ensuring local communities will directly benefit. Members, this is a well-considered proposal supported by your officers and consultees. The proposal will facilitate clean energy, deliver environmental enhancements, and more energy security. I respect that you support the recommendation and approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfectly timed. Okay, Ward Member Paula Fernley.
Thank you, Chair.
You get 5 minutes, Paula, if you want them.
Thank you. Chair, thank you for letting me speak as ward member for Broadclist. I want to start by being clear. I am not opposed to battery energy storage in principle. As a Green Councillor, I absolutely recognise that grid-scale storage is essential if we are serious about renewable energy and the transition to net zero. But supporting the principle does not mean accepting every scheme without proper scrutiny. My concerns today is that this application still leaves important matters unresolved. These have been expressed at length by the Parish Council. Firstly, on fire safety, there appears to be a clear contradiction. Officers say emergency access is compliant, but Devon and Somerset Fire and Rescue Service have raised concerns that both access points appear to be from the same side of the site, which means if there was a fire incident, both routes may be inaccessible. DSFRSS goes further and recommends that consideration be given to whether the road leading to the site is appropriate for emergency service vehicles. That is not a minor detail. Battery storage sites must be planned so emergency access is genuinely safe and usable. I ask the committee not to treat this as resolved until the applicant has properly answered the fire service concerns. Secondly, the Council's emerging local plan includes policy CC04, which specifically deals with battery storage. It requires proposals to avoid unacceptable amenity impacts and to comply with the most up-to-date fire safety guidance. That policy test does not appear to have been properly applied in the officer assessment, even though it is directly relevant. Why has this been disregarded? South West Water have suggested that if a fire supply is needed, they wouldn't be able to upgrade the service for 18 months. So surely a Grampian order needs to be added to the conditions. There is the issue of construction traffic. This is not one isolated development, as you've seen. There are 4 BESS schemes affecting the same rural local road network and aiming for the same grid connection period. Condition 4 requires coordination with some of the other schemes, but not all of them. That needs strengthening. Straterra is already under construction. Before this development starts, there must be a baseline road condition survey of Cranford Lane, otherwise residents will be left with no clear way of providing who caused any damage. 4. Wimple Road, a viewpoint that was never assessed. Officers noted during their own site visit that the development will be clearly seen from the rural road to the north of the site. They also acknowledged that this receptor was omitted from the applicant's landscape visual appraisal, apparently because recent hedge removal had opened up views that did not previously exist. No formal visualisation of the impact from Wimple Road has been provided to this committee. This is a public road used daily by residents of the ward I represent. How can this committee be satisfied that the visual harm from this receptor is acceptable when it has never been formally assessed? There is no viewpoint analysis, no visualisation. 5. There is a lot of planned work to remove chunks of mature or even ancient hedgerow as the cables are laid. I would ask for a condition for directional drilling to be insisted upon to avoid impacting the hedgerows. This needs to be confirmed, and the final version of the tree protection plan needs to demonstrate clearly how the old oaks will be protected during construction. Finally, there is the question of long-term maintenance. The landscaping and ecology commitments run for decades, but there is no financial bond or escrow arrangement to make sure they are delivered for the site if it's sold on or when it's sold on. Local residents have seen energy sites changing ownership before. Promises made at planning stage need to be enforceable for the full life of the development. Please require the fire safety access issue to be resolved before permission is granted. Apply the emerging policy properly. Strengthen the construction traffic condition so it covers all 4 schemes. Require proper assessment from Wimpole Road and secure the long-term landscape and ecological commitments with financial protection. This development may be necessary in principle, but it must also be safe, properly coordinated and fair to the residents who will live with it for the next 40 years. Please, committee, be rigorous in assessing this application so our residents get the best deal possible. These conditions can be strengthened and you can do this today. Thank you, committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fernley. The committee ward member is Councillor Sarah Chamberlain, but she's not here, so I can't ask her to speak. And we've got no written ones, Wendy, nothing written. In that case, we can move on to questions. So committee, Councillor Gazzard. Who's your question for, Steve?
To our officer, Chair. Thank you for your presentation and your colour coding, which I did appreciate. It's a question on the fire service. Could you, I can't see it very clearly. Can you show me the road that the vehicles will go down through, but could you show me where the vehicles will park? And also, has there been a survey done on the road leading to the site? And we always seem to get reports from the fire service, well, not every time, but we always seem to be one service that is omitted, which is the ambulance service. Now, should a fire occur, X number of vehicles have to attend, the ambulance service have to attend as well to protect the fire service. I can't see anything in there from the ambulance service. So were they consulted, please?
So there are a couple of questions there. Can you hear me okay? Is that coming through on there? So in terms of parking during the construction phase of the development, the transport management plan, as Anstad says, that staff will park on site. Any parking area required as part of that, as I understand it, would be permitted development, so wouldn't need planning permission. The matter surrounding whether or not the emergency services have been consulted. So we have consulted with the Devon and Somerset Fire Service, and who have raised no objection to the scheme. They've assessed the application against the most recent guidance, which came out in December of 2025. And in terms of the width of the access track to the battery compound, which I think Councillor Fernley also picked up on in her comments, that's an issue that would be captured through building regs. And as I understand it, the minimum width for that access track would have to be about 3.7 metres, and from memory, it's approximately about 4 metres in width and has passing places along it. But also importantly, the compound itself provides that circular loop to avoid emergency vehicles, whether it be the fire service or anyone else attending the site, to avoid them having to reverse. So as far as officers are concerned, the layout of the scheme is acceptable in terms of access by emergency services.
You want to come back, Steve? Steve's an ex-ambulance driver, so...
Thank you. So what you're saying is that the fire service have been consulted, but the ambulance service haven't. I mean, it is important that they are consulted because the ambulance service is run totally different to what the fire service is. So I think you're saying the answer is no. And you didn't say anything about the road structure, whether there's been a survey done of the road, please?
Yeah, so I would, in terms of consulting with the ambulance service, they're not a statutory consultee. In terms of whether or not the public highway network is appropriate for emergency services, that would fall within the remit of the County Highway Authority, who, as I said in the presentation, haven't raised any objections. In terms of a survey of the existing condition of the road, we haven't got that, but as Miss Ormsby is just pointing out to me, subparagraph 7 of condition 4 secures a condition of a survey of the road to be undertaken.
Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, for the avoidance of doubt, that's condition 4, subsection 7. Says a schedule of road condition surveys and a mechanism for repair of any damage shall be submitted to the local authority. Okay, next question was Councillor.
Steve, you've got your mic on.
Oh,
Thank you, Chair. A few questions. Can the officer just assure us that the effect of all the other ones in the area has been taken into consideration? Because when you put up that first one with all the different ones coming, it almost looks like we're setting up an energy business park in that area. Also, your landscaping lasts for 30 years, and yet the thing's for 40 years. Why isn't it 40 years for the duration of the BESS? 250,000 litres of water, minimum requirement on site. Have we dealt with the issue of the water mains coming in, and whereas the condition says that the tanks will be as per the plans attached, can we not just say minimum of 250,000 litres, which gets over the problem of what size tanks, what are they holding, etc. And also, when you read the firefighter's comments, etc., and his report, there seems to be a lot of if, buts and maybes that will be dealt with later, etc. Are we really, really content? And I know we've had the BESSes several times before and we've been through this, but for the just to make sure that everyone is aware that the next step of this, when we have these plans in, the fire officer has the final say in this is safe to go, and it isn't just down to our officers who sometimes can be under intense pressure from all sorts of different areas, and this should be, without a doubt, down to the fire officer. And if he is not happy in any way, because there are several there with the explosion control, the types of batteries being used, that if they're not, we should be conditioning these sorts of things now rather than waiting. Thank you.
Okay, I think I can see some of those in the conditions, but I'll let Jamie deal with those.
Sure. So, first question with regards to cumulative harm. So, the applicant's LVA effort has assessed cumulative harm. I'm satisfied that our landscape officer has assessed cumulative harm. I'd like to think that some of those photos that were put forward to you in the presentation has shown where other energy infrastructure is visible from the key points from the northern road, from the southern road, and it is agreed by both parties that the actual visual effects of the development are localised. But in answer to your question, yes, cumulative harm has been assessed in terms of visual impacts, but also the noise impact on the amenity of those properties that were shown in the presentation. The question about 30 years, why not 40, which is the basis upon which the application has been submitted. Well, the 30 years really is tied with the biodiversity net gain conservation covenant that will bind any future landowner on the land to provide the landscaping and the ecological enhancement that's detailed in the BNG plan. So that's where the 30 years comes from. The South West Water question about, could you just clarify, sorry, what you meant on that?
So at the end of the day, the fire officer says that he needs a minimum on site 250,000 or 240,000, he says. But again, you know, if you put tanks in that said they will hold that, they can't always pump that out. So you should always put in more than that. And I just wanted to be clear, because obviously South West Water, it's been pointed out, take 18 months to put in I think it was a 9-inch main to be able to service this. So are we either putting a condition in that they've got to have that, or are we happy, is the fire officer happy that they can somehow fill these tanks? And again, with the trucks that would have to be put in to fill those, if there isn't the water to do it, again, these are questions you should answer.
So it's not anticipated that the development will have to be served by a water main. Firefighting water will be provided within the water tanks on the site, and it will be a requirement when the applicant submits their detailed battery safety management plan that the level of water required on site is equivalent or exceeds the NFCC guidance at the time. At the moment, I believe it's 240,000 litres. Measurements that I've taken of the water tanks currently exceed that anyway, and the provision of that infrastructure will be required through condition.
And how are they going to fill that?
Yeah, possibly tankered in.
But again, sorry, I can't come back on that. But that's quite a lot of tankers, obviously. Do we take that into account on our transport thing? These are good questions. I know what the answers are in some way, but this is to make sure that, you know, everyone hears that at the end of the day, these things are being taken into. We don't need a water supply there, that it can be tankered in, and that you've taken that into consideration in the transport thing with all the lorries that will be coming backwards and forwards.
We can't say with any certainty whether the filling of those water tanks has been factored into the transport impact assessment, but cumulatively, I wouldn't expect it to make a significant impact to overall traffic movements. And once they're filled, it would obviously, they will need to be checked and maintained, but it's not expected that they would be regularly refilled. It would only be necessary in the unusual event that the water has been used for fire purposes. Just going back slightly to the point that you mentioned about the HMMP, the Habitat Management Plan, why is it only 30 years? Just to link that in. So the biodiversity net gain legislation requires biodiversity net gain sites to be delivered for 30 years, which is why the HMMP also relates to 30 years. So that's the link to 30 years rather than the 40-year lifetime of the application site.
But if we wanted to, we could put in 40 years?
I don't, in terms of, so what is it you're concerned about? That the landscaping is maintained and managed for that 40-year period? Because I think the expectation is that once that landscaping has been there for 30 years, it's well established, is unlikely to require any significant maintenance in terms of trees, hedgerows, that sort of screening, which is the main thing that we're concerned about. Most landscaping conditions that we put on new development are to be maintained for 5, sometimes 10 years. I've never seen one that actually requires that period to go beyond, because then it's accepted that the vegetation is normally pretty well established by that time.
That's fine.
Okay, well spotted though, Ian. Okay, so next.
Sorry, Chair, just the last question about, are we very content that all of the things the fire officer has said will be done in the battery management plan that there's yet to come forward.
Yes, well, there is a condition that requires the submission of the detailed battery safety management plan. We would then go out to consult with the Devon and Somerset Fire Service again to make sure that they're absolutely content that it complies with the most relevant up-to-date guidance at the time.
And they have the final say.
Well, yes, their comments will be given significant weight, and we are largely led by them on this matter anyway. So yes, their comments will be given significant weight in whether or not the developers met that condition.
Okay, next question is from Councillor Yehudi Levine.
Thank you, Chair. I want to elaborate on something that Councillor Barlow asked, because when I look at this lovely slide, it seems to me that if we approve this, we're sanctioning the creation of an industrial scale green energy system around Broadclist. All these gaps might well be filled over a few years, just more and more and more battery-based systems. And somehow I get the feeling with 4 of them, aren't they going to empty the grid of electricity?
Okay. Was that a question? Yes.
Question, are we really, is the approval of this not the start of a creation of an industrial area in a rural setting?
Yeah, we've got no evidence for that, Yehudi. I mean, that's extrapolation. I mean, all we can do is say, this is what we've got at the moment, and that's what we have to base our decisions on, not what could happen in the future. Yes, I agree with you. It looks pretty busy around there, and it's all because of the Exeter substation, which originally was simply probably a step-down transformer, and with the growth of renewable energy has resulted in a lot of development being clustered around it. But that's what happens, you know, you get industrial things happening in the countryside sometimes, whether it's a quarry or a logistics estate or whatever. Greendale. Okay, next I have Councillor Brian Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Several of my questions have already been asked, but I've got a couple more. The water supply is considered to be inadequate. Tankering is going to take a lot of time and a lot of effort, and we all know that from looking at various cases, especially one in Liverpool comes to mind, where one of these things caught fire and burned for days and days. So the tankering, the amount of water that's going to be supplied by tankering to keep up with the amount of water being pumped onto the fire, I think is going to be inadequate. So therefore, I would like to see a condition where, as Paula said, a Grampian condition, where the water supply would be upgraded before the development could go ahead. I think that would make a lot of sense. It would save a lot of grief for the local people, and I think it would make it a lot safer. Also, I'd like to ask, it's a very large site, and it looks to me that it could be available for other battery storage going in on the same site. You'd probably get another 3 or 4 in there, looking by the size of the site and the size of the sites that's being used at the moment. So if that was the case, would they need to reapply for planning permission, or would it be all right to do it because we've already given planning permission possibly for this one? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can I just check with you, Brian, who considers that the amount of water is not adequate?
Well, the consideration is that the water pipe is not sufficient. South West Water say the adequate is not supply. They've only got a small supply, so.
Oh, okay. So South West Water have said they can't supply the water, but we've heard already that the water could be tankered in. And in the event of a fire, I think the fire chief's guidance is that this is the total amount of water that would be required in the event of a fire. And it's not to put the fire out, it's just to keep the other batteries cool while the one that has caught fire burns out.
Where you've only got a very
I'm-
small amount on site.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on that, but the fire chief's guidance considers that that is an adequate amount of water. So I'll let the officers answer your other questions.
Yes, sorry, I was just conferring with Mr. Quinton and I missed the response you made, so I'm probably just about to repeat what you said. So, so looking at the BES schemes that we have consented there, certainly the two there closest to the substation itself, they don't have mains water, and certainly none of the BESs that have come to us recently are supplied by mains water, and it's accepted by the fire service that that can be adequately mitigated through the provision of water tanks on site. So that's the approach that's been accepted. We of the council have been accepting in recent decision making. Planning inspector has accepted in proposals that have come forward through appeals. So so that is an accepted approach. And I think looking back at the fire in Liverpool, there was very different battery technology and also very much reduced understanding of how to manage battery fires. Now, they don't try to put out the flames with water. The only thing they would use the water for, if necessary, would be to cool any of the adjacent units. They would allow that one unit that has gone on fire to burn itself out. So the reason that there was all of those issues at Liverpool was because it was quite some years ago, different technologies and a less advanced understanding of how to manage the fires. So the fire service have not required mains. There's no expectations that mains would be provided, and it has been established through decisions that this council has made recently that the provision of water tanks is an acceptable way of managing it. Thanks.
Okay.
So I'll come back to you, Councillor Bailey, on that. So if the developer or any other applicant came forward wanting to site battery units outside of that battery compound, that would require planning permission and would face difficulty, bearing in mind that the wider site is mostly used for the current developer to meet their BNG obligations. Within the battery compound, me and Miss Ormsby were just discussing that, and we could impose an additional condition that restricts the number of battery units to that shown on the plans, which is 108.
Okay, Councillor Steve Hunt is next. Okay, John, I've got you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I note in the report from the Green Infrastructure Project Manager that he puts a request that this application and the other applications in close proximity provide a financial contribution of £20,000 to support tree and woodland planting. Was that each one 20,000? And I didn't see any provision of 20,000 in the conditions unless I missed them.
Okay. I'll come back to the officers. They're having a discussion at the moment. So just to clarify, Steve, that 20,000 was for woodland?
It says provide a financial contribution of £20,000 to support tree and woodland planting within the CVRP.
Oh, yeah, East Valley Regional Park, okay. And is that in the conditions? So that's what you're saying, it appears in the report,
don't think it
but
is in the
not in the
conditions, no.
conditions. Okay.
Yeah.
So the officers haven't followed through with that request in proposing that it goes into any kind of Section 106 agreement. The primary reason being that we would normally only ask for contributions for things, particularly open space mitigation, where there is, it's either something we've adopted in an SPD, for example, we have things on open space contributions or affordable housing provision, etc., or where there's a clear evidence base when a third party comes forward and makes an evidence-based claim of why this particular development is putting additional pressures requiring financial contributions elsewhere. And then even in those events, we have to then consider would that be covered by SIL? And in fact, this is not a SIL liable development, so it wouldn't be. But because there is none of that evidential basis for that, either demonstrated by the author of that or through supplemental planning documents, etc., we don't think we could reasonably apply that request. It wouldn't meet the necessary tests to be a justifiable Section 106 request. So we haven't proposed that is taken forward.
You want to come back, Steve?
Yeah, but we are accepting that there is a visual harm to the area, and obviously the planting of trees and woodland would mitigate that. Is that not enough justification for an S106 provision then?
I think as officers, we've taken the view that the on-site landscape mitigation that's proposed around the site is going to be sufficient to mitigate the visual impacts long term of the development.
Okay, Councillor Mike Howe.
Thank you. I'm trying to get a bit better understanding of footpaths. Strange, I know, for me, but we consider the visual aspect of the footpath, but I'm slightly concerned about the noise impact on our footpath. It's a public footpath. It is not protected. It is not seemingly assessed during all this. We're putting acoustic fencing in to protect, quite understandably, the closest house, but actually the footpath is an awful lot closer for a hell of a distance around this site. And I'm just wondering when a footpath becomes unusable because of noise and whether we should be considering that. And because, to be honest, we want people, I know I won't, but we want people to use our countryside. We want people out in it, walking it, keeping fit and everything else. And I'm sitting here today wondering if we're taking a footpath out of use because people won't stand the noise. So I'd like a comment on that, please.
Yes, so it's accepted that the development will have an impact by virtue of noise, not only on sensitive receptors at residential properties, but also on the tranquility of that particular part of the public right-of-way. So that has been considered. We consulted with our environmental health team, but also our landscape architect, who has also highlighted that exact impact in their comments. It's also maybe worth noting that part of the right-of-way, for any members who may have walked that right-of-way, that you already get it's already impacted by the noise generated by the power lines that tend to give out this constant crackling. So it already has been impacted by existing energy infrastructure. But in answer to your question, Councillor, yes, that has been assessed. The impact of development and tranquility.
I'm sorry, I can't take comments from the floor. That's just not the way these meetings work. Yeah.
Because I live at Redwood Cottage, and the noise from the wires is only if it's wet. The rest of the time, it's quiet.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to add anything, Jamie Owen?
I won't get into a back and forth.
No, absolutely not. No, I mean, speaking as somebody who does regularly walk footpaths, I've got to say, you can get all sorts of noise when you're walking on footpaths. There may be a tractor working in the field next to you, which often seems to be deliberately following you up along the footpath. And you can get all kinds of other things. And there's a favourite footpath of mine that goes right past a sewage farm. It's not particularly noisy, but it does have other, that's the Sidmouth, you know, the above Otterton. So it does happen. Okay, Mike, you want to come back?
Yes, I mean, to follow on that, I mean, yes, there is noise there already, but this is a distinctive, added, quite loud noise. We're proposing acoustic fencing on one side of it in particular, which is actually not the majority of the footpath, this is actually a small part of the footpath, to protect the house that's closest. And I'm just sat here today thinking, what is the added impact? And it's not like a tractor, Chair. It really isn't. A tractor's a rural agricultural bit of machinery. These bezzes absolutely hum like a real nuisance, to put it mildly. You know, it's a bit like living next to an airport, apart from the airplanes are constantly taking off. You've got to be really careful about what we're doing. So I am here concerned about the impact on that footpath in particular. I have other concerns, but mostly minor. The principle seems right otherwise. But I am not convinced we have assessed correctly that footpath and the noise impact on it, and whether there should be an acoustic fence around at least one more side of that development. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the acoustic fence sort of wraps around that top right-hand corner, doesn't it? The northeastern corner. So it could continue further down. Is there any other noise mitigation between the actual storage and the transformers and the footpath, or does it pass very close to the actual units? So is there any landscaping between them? Can we see the landscaping diagram maybe?
So that's the landscaping scheme submitted with the applications. You've got the woodland planting around the northern part of the substation. So that's in front of the acoustic fencing and along the eastern side. And then you've also got additional woodland here around the battery compound, just inside an existing tree row here on the northern boundary.
Where's the footpath?
The footpath runs along here, along the northern part of the site where the substation is to be located, and then kind of tightly hugs the eastern boundary. And then you come past Burton Farm there to the south. So it tightly hugs the eastern side of the application site.
Yeah, Mrs. Ormsby.
So when we're considering the noise impact on the public footpath, I think we need to. So our environmental health officers have been consulted, and they haven't raised any concerns on that aspect. They've looked at particularly, obviously, the sensitive receptors, the permanent, the people who are there, you know, potentially 24 hours a day with the potential to hear this. And whilst I recognise that noise is part of the experience of a situation, and particularly if we were in national landscape, then you're looking at that tranquility, and noise is very, you know, can have a big impact on how you experience something. But I think in this instance, for the amount of time that an individual actually spends passing that site, the level of noise is not such that it's not a deafening noise that's going to cause any you know, any actual impact to people's health in any way, nor is it so loud that I think people would be deterred. It will be definitely audible, but so significantly that people would choose not to walk that path for that element. I think the officer view is not so. I mean, I've walked along public footpaths that literally run alongside the M4, and you know, I'll be honest, it's not the most pleasant part of the walk, but you know, the rest of the walk is pleasant. So you do that, and I think those impacts are significantly greater. And then the other thing you have to balance is that the acoustic fence itself has potential, depending obviously if it was inside, to create visual impact. So you've got to weigh off the noise impacts and the visual impacts, and which ultimately is the thing that you need to be mitigating.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And the, I mean, the footpath is further away from the actual battery units than the acoustic fencing and so on. Councillor John Heath.
Thank you very much. I just want to know whether there are any limitations on BESS facilities in a given area. There are a number of solar farms and BESS units in a fairly small geographical area. And I certainly pick up on what Ian Barlow says. This appears to be a developing industrial energy site. So I just wondered, I mean, maybe there isn't, but I just wanted a clarification. Where do you draw the line on the number of units you got in any given geographical area?
Yeah, I don't think we have a policy on that, but I'll just confirm.
We have no specific limitation or policy. However, we do need to look at cumulative impacts. So with every new application that comes forward, we need to look at it in the light of what is the impact of this in combination with the other developments which have either been built or been consented. So as I said, there's no sort of cut-off point where we would say that breaches the, there's a policy that says once you've got 10 of these, that's too many. We have to look at each one on its own merits, having regard the cumulative impact, which is what's happened here. The landscape visual assessment has looked at the cumulative impacts. We're looking, in terms of the construction traffic, cumulative impacts. So we are looking at those issues, but there is no specific cut-off point that we have to draw the line at.
Okay. And just to add to Miss Ormsby's comments, I would, in terms of demonstrating need for this type of development, the NPPF is clear on this matter, and it states when determining planning applications for all forms of renewable and low carbon energy developments, which we do consider this is, local planning authorities should not require applicants to demonstrate the overall need for renewable or low carbon energy and give significant weight to the benefits. So that is likely why there is no local plan policy about the need to demonstrate a local need, because that then wouldn't be in conformity with the NPPF.
Jamie, I'm just looking at condition 10, because I think somebody mentioned about these things often get sold on. And about halfway down condition 10, it says the developer shall notify the local planning authority in writing no later than 28 working days following cessation of operation. I just wonder if the wording there should be the current operator rather than the developer, because the developer is the person who's building it now, but they may not be the person who's actually operating it in 40 years' time. So I just wonder if that wording should say something like the current operator.
That's a good point you've raised there, Chair, in that the developer at the end of this process, 40 years on, it may be owned by somebody who was not actually the developer of the site. I think that could probably be better worded to something along the lines of the operator and or landowner, because the landowner is always known through the land registry.
Okay, that sounds good. Brian?
Thank you,
Is this
Ollie.
another question, by the way?
Yes.
Just to check we're not into debate.
It is a question. Bearing in mind what's been said, there's obviously profit for the developer for building this. But when it comes to decommissioning, there's no profit. So theoretically, there'd be no urgency. So could we put a time limit on the decommissioning time? Otherwise, these things are just going to stand around for potentially forever if they haven't got a cut-out time when they should be decommissioned and cleared off the site, please. Thank you.
So condition 10 makes that requirement. So it's within 40 years and 6 months following completion of construction, or within 12 months of the cessation of operation. or within 6 months following permanent cessation of operation, whichever the sooner, basically all of the infrastructure shall be dismantled, removed from the site. And just to assist with that, that condition also requires that within 12 months following commencement of operation of the development, they provide us with that decommissioning plan. So very early on in the development's life, we have the decommissioning plan, so that in the event that somebody moved off the site without dismantling it, we would have, we'd be in a much better position when it came to enforcement, because we'd already have the decommissioning plan. We would then be able to serve a breach of condition notice or an enforcement notice saying to the landowner, you must undertake these works. So that's all covered off by condition 10.
No, it doesn't make it very clear, Brian. Councillor Barlow. Is that what you were indicating? Have we any more questions? No? In that case, kick us off, Ian.
Having just listened to the questions there about the decommissioning, I think these are all fair points that you need to, perhaps with a solicitor, make sure that this is watertight. Because just saying it's to the landowner, and I'm not saying that the owners, whatever, would be devious, but they could quite happily put the land into a company that had no assets, that the only asset is the land, which has no value as such because it's covered in things that need to be removed. So I think the last person that was using it, i.e. was paying for the electric or getting their money from the electric, somewhere just needs to be tightened up on that to make sure. However, after all of that is said and done, if you read through this, everyone from archaeology, ecology, environment, is for it, and there is no reason, if we wanted to turn this down, that would be very easy, I don't believe. I take also the point about the noise on the footpaths, but you're right, you walk along them and the noise changes as you go along a footpath, and it might be not pleasant, but you would perhaps walk that bit faster, Mike, and burn more energy or get more steps in. I am concerned about the cumulative effect, I can't say that word, of all of these in the area. However, you've taken that into account, and I think perhaps if any more came forward, we would have to look at that more closely. But I see no reason that we could do anything other than agree this as per the officer recommendations, with the conditions on looking at that thing that we just brought up then, to make sure that in 40 years' time it is removed and is properly removed. Because I think that, and sometimes when they put these plans forward, within 12 months we'll get that plan. Do we check we've had that plan? Is it really thing? Have we had any others from the other BESIS we've passed? And if so, I personally would like to see what that plan is. I'd like to see a copy of that, please, just so I can look at that and see exactly what we're asking them to do in the future. And we must have had some of them now that are over 12 months old. But other than that, I will be happy to, and again, I just want to stress that we have checked that the fire officer is going to be involved and will be happy on all his points. And if he's not happy, we will not be passing that battery scheme, so that we will not be basically allowing it to happen if the fire officer isn't happy, because there are several points in there that he is not, he's a little bit fluffy on, shall we say like that, and would like further details, etc. But otherwise, I'm happy to recommend as per officer recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have a recommendation of approval from Councillor Barlow. So I'll just seek a second. I'll just pick you up on one thing, Ian. When the statutory consultees don't object, it doesn't necessarily mean they're for it. So we need to, because sometimes people take this as enthusiasm, we just have to say there are no overriding objections, which is fair enough. So I'll just seek a seconder, Councillor Collins and Councillor Howe tying for it. Okay, I'll let Wendy write down who she favours. Okay. Right, okay, does anybody else wish to speak on this? Anybody else got anything further to say? Councillor Hunt.
Again, as you said, Chair, that we're not given any real grounds to turn this application down, but I think it is disappointing that we haven't been able to strengthen the conditions as requested by the ward member, and that's why I was asking about the 20,000 and whether an S106 could go on. I'm told that we can't justify that, so I have to accept it, but I think overall, reluctantly, I'm going to have to say that I'll be supporting the application.
Okay. I think some of the things that the parish council asked for, such as a road condition survey and reinstatement after the completion, have been addressed through conditions. So I think that's why I've been going quite carefully through the conditions, just checking that we've covered everything. It's always worth having a look through those and just making sure that everything that's in the report actually appears there. Okay, if we've got no further speakers, then we can go to a vote. So we have a proposal to approve. So all those in favour, please.
Chair, that's with the amendments to condition 10.
Yes, that's with, officers will work on the amendment to condition 10, so.
Sorry, Chair, so are you saying that that's for the amendments that have been suggested, or are you saying that you want this to the proposer for the wording to go back to the planning manager to liaise with Chair and agree the wording? Which is it?
Well, I suggest that we delegate to the officers to decide on the best wording for that particular condition to make sure that we are watertight on what happens at the end of the 40 years.
The agreement.
Exactly. The usual
with the agreement,
way of dealing with that is in agreement with yourself, the
Officers
Chair.
in
Yeah,
agreement with the
happy
chair.
with that then. So on that basis, then if we could take the vote, thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay, and there was also a suggestion of a condition to ensure that the number of battery units didn't exceed 108, which is what they've actually applied for. So we could add that in as a condition just to make sure they don't slip a few extras in.
Sorry, Chair, that's surely just complying with what we're passing.
Well,
you couldn't put in for 50 houses and then put in another 20.
No, it usually is the conditions usually specify the plans as submitted. So I thought that as well. But I think Mrs. Ormsby just wants to be watertight on that and make sure that the actual number of units is covered.
So, yes, I mean, when the development takes place, it should take place in accordance with the plans as approved, which does set out the location, number of units. I suppose it's just following up, I think, from comments from Councillor Bailey, as to whether in the future, and this is where my mind was going, could it be permitted development to place on the land additional units? I think potentially not, but I think there is just to make sure that there's no potential risk that in the future additional units might be put onto the site. As the site, for example, the siting putting a stationing of a storage container on land in itself is not development, it's the material change of use of land. Bearing in mind we've got a large red line that goes around a huge area of land consented for this new use. I don't think it would be a bad idea just to make it clear that there should be no other units placed onto the land.
Happy to propose that.
So that forms part of the proposed. Okay, there's no other conditions that we need to be mindful of. Okay, with that in mind then, all those in favour? I think that's unanimous. Nobody against? And no abstentions? No, I think that was unanimous. Okay, we've been going for just over an hour and a half. So I suggest that if nobody else needs a break, Councillor Levine does because his cup is empty. No, indeed. So we'll take a short break, 10 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 11:45. Okay, thank you, committee.
Is that?
Okay, committee, if we could start taking our seats again. Well, no, you know, within parameters, you know. No, no, we don't. I don't want too much behaving. Certainly not. Right. Okay. So we move on to agenda item 9. This is planning application 250086 MFUL, land to the west of Barn Lane, Budley Salterton, pages 80 to 133 in your agenda pack. And it's over to Senior Planning Officer Nigel Barrett to present the report. Over to you, Nigel.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Okay. The application before you now seeks detailed planning permission for a residential scheme comprising 35 dwellings on a site on the, or just beyond the built-up area boundary of Budley Salterton, on the northwestern side of the town's built-up area. The site is shown on the slide before you, edged in red. It extends to around 1.5 hectares in area and comprises a single field, shown highlighted here. To the north is the B3178 county highway, which extends to the southwest to Knoll Village on the edge of Budley Salterton, and to the northeast towards East Budley, to provide some bearings there. Also fairly significant in the context of this proposal for reasons that I will explain. Next door on here is a development of 59 dwellings known as Evans Field, which was granted planning permission of the order of 10 to 15 years ago, and which is nearing completion. The entire area is, including the whole of the built-up area of Budley Salterton itself, is all part and parcel of the designated East Devon National Landscape. So quite unusually, the designation applies to the entirety of the town, as well as the rural hinterland. The development itself, as I've already referenced, would comprise 35 dwellings, accommodating a mix of units comprising inclusive of 1 and 5 bedrooms. It includes the provision of 12 affordable units, together with an off-site financial contribution to make up the equivalent of the relevant adopted local plan strategy requirement of 50% provision. If I show you the layout, as you can see, the development is laid out around essentially a single spine road cul-de-sac, with an offshoot highlighted here, and a turning head at the end. The proposal is to provide an attenuated discharge of surface water drainage, and as part of the infrastructure for that, the scheme incorporates an attenuation basin within a landscaped area alongside the B3178, which is being shown highlighted here. That would take the form of an above-ground attenuation basin and a below-ground attenuation tank. The scheme also provides for a continuation of an existing footway along the frontage of the neighbouring Evansfield development, so far as the entrance to the site highlighted here. That pavement itself connects or extends along the B3178 right up as far as the junction with Bedlands Lane, again shown highlighted, and thereafter there are pavements all the way along Bedlands Lane down to the junction with Barn Lane, and just here I'm showing highlighted the town's primary school, and the significance of that will become evident as I go on through the presentation. So, I will come on to the more detailed aspects when rounding up the issues ahead of the final recommendation. But above all, first and foremost, it's well documented that there is an acknowledged shortfall of housing across the district when set against the government's requirement to maintain a 5-year supply of available housing land in order to be able to progress the current emerging local plan to the stage of adoption. The current housing land supply position is 3.5 years supply, so still some way short of the government requirement. The emerging local plan allocates this site for 35 dwellings, which is the same quantum of development as is proposed via this application. It is the only such allocation for the town contained within the emerging local plan, which reflects to considerable degree the sensitivity of the setting of the town within the national landscape. Other sites that have previously been suggested for development around Budleigh Salterton have previously been dismissed at strategic planning committee level, principally for reasons based on greater sensitivity within the national landscape than this site. And the recommendation for inclusion of the site as an allocation was endorsed by Strategic Planning Committee in September 2024. In terms of the tilted balance presumption in favour of sustainable development set out in the National Planning Policy Framework, that would be engaged in this case. Although having been assessed as part of the background work to the preparation of the emerging new local plan as a major development within the national landscape, the assessment has also identified exceptional circumstances to justify the development within the wider public interest in a manner that is consistent with the relevant guidance set out in the NPPF. And as I've already alluded to, the assessment that underpins the allocation of the site has found a lack of suitable alternative sites, and as a result of which, the actual level of growth that is proposed for the town, because of the single site allocation we have here, is itself already reduced relative to a number of other settlements within lower tiers within the strategy in the emerging local plan. So these are considered by officers to be significant and weighty factors in favour of the release of the site for housing development. Turning to more detailed matters, two of the main ones, and I will touch upon each of them separately. First, in terms of the impact upon the national landscape. If I might show you a couple of images. This is a view towards the site from the junction of Barn Lane with the B3178. The application site is the field beyond this hedge line in the centre of the image. And as you will see, the filtered views of housing that you see here are of the Evans Field development beyond the site to the southwest. This is a very similar view, but taken from slightly longer distance from Kersbrook Lane, looking across what is a shallow valley landform towards the site, which again is behind this tree and hedge line. You've got the Evans Field development beyond the site, and you've got older existing development in what I believe to be Hooker Close, just shy of the skyline here. So hopefully these images give you some idea as to the context of the site and the setting of the site within the broader national landscape. The intention is to retain the tree and hedge screen along the boundary that you see in these images, supplemented by additional planting. And together, or taken in consideration with the character of the backdrop that I've shown you, the level of landscape harm, as is evidenced in the submitted landscape visual impact assessment and endorsed by the council's landscape architect, is considered sufficient to avoid material harm, which again reflects the allocation of the site for housing development at the strategic planning committee stage of consideration of the emerging local plan. One of the other principal issues of concern to arise concerns the level of pedestrian connectivity with the town. Now, subsequent to the submission of the application, the footway that I mentioned along the frontage of the Evans Field development has been completed. It hadn't been completed at the time of the submission of the current application, but it has been completed since. And this image shows the footway on both sides of the entrance to the Evans Field development. and more specifically, the continuation past the Evansfield development to this point here, which is an existing field gateway entrance to the application site. And the intention would be to continue this footway along the site frontage so far as the entrance to the proposed development itself. Now, the issue has been raised as to why a shorter connection could not be made with Barn Lane to the east of the site. So with the site being here, clearly the connection to Barn Lane is shorter, and henceforth the distance to the primary school that much shorter than the route along the B3178 and thereafter along Bedlands Lane. This field is in third-party ownership. I believe it's to be owned by Clinton Devon Estates. It was put forward and considered as another potential housing allocation site when the sites were considered at strategic planning committee level, but was rejected. So it's not been possible to incorporate a connection to Barn Lane as part of this development. So it does rely on the footway connectivity via the B3178 and Bedlands Lane. However, the distance involved at around 800 metres walking from the site to the primary school via the B3178 and Bedlands Lane is within the walking distances that are deemed practical and feasible within Manual for Streets government guidance. The scheme does also provide the offer of provision of adoptable sections of footway, which I'm showing highlighted here, from the end of the cul-de-sac to the site boundaries to facilitate a potential future connection to Barn Lane to the east and potentially to Hooker Close, not Hooker Close, I do apologise, to the Evans Field development to the west of the site. Again, it is understood that part of the Evans Field Spine Road has yet to reach adoption stage, which is another factor behind the inability to provide the connectivity between this scheme and the Evans Field development. Notwithstanding, the officer's view is that the level of pedestrian connectivity that would result from the scheme, considered in the wider planning balance, would facilitate an acceptable level of footway provision to the primary school and thereafter further into the town. The layout, sorry to be flitting around, but the layout does incorporate significant landscaping at the front of the site, both around the attenuation basin and on the opposite side of the entrance to the Spine Road. And it also seeks to retain an ecology buffer around the site, which would be in the order of around 5 metres wide and would be the responsibility of a management company, together with another parcel of open space highlighted here within the centre of the site. Another smaller area of public open space, and also roadside verges, which would be incorporated into the layout design. So in terms of the various material planning considerations, to go back to highways, no objections are raised to the proposal by the County Highway Authority on any technical or road or pedestrian safety grounds. I should add, the proposals that are being offered do also include the extension of the current 30 miles an hour speed limit along the B3178 to the development site itself. And the proposals would be an integral element of other obligations that would be secured via Section 106 agreement. So at the moment, the speed limit, the 30 mile an hour speed limit, terminates just to the northeast of the junction of Bedlands Lane with the B3178, as you can see here. And this is part of an older stretch of footpath that you can see, to which the pavement past the Evan Fields development continues and would hence continue to serve the proposed development. So yes, the existing speed limit would be extended. In terms of drainage, subject to details that are recommended be reserved by condition, which itself has been recommended by the lead local flood authority. No objections are raised by that authority to the proposal to attenuate surface water discharge to the surface water sewer via both the above and below ground means of attenuation that I've described. There would also be an opportunity, I should also add that within the layout, there is also a drainage swale included along part of the, just inside the eastern site boundary. But it has been also highlighted that there could be an opportunity to incorporate partial infiltration systems within the drainage options, such as permeable paving, water butts and filter drains. The submission includes an ecological appraisal, which sets out a suite of mitigation and enhancement measures which are acceptable, which have been reviewed by and are acceptable to the council's ecologists. And the mandatory requirement for the provision of a minimum of 10% biodiversity net gain, it has been demonstrated that that would be capable of being achieved on site, not least through the landscaping proposals that I have touched upon. There have been some revisions to the layout details that have addressed some initial concerns raised by both landscape and tree officers, and the latter in relation to the proximity of certain of the plots to trees on the western and the southern boundaries. I should just point out that the tree I'm highlighting here on the southern boundary is the subject of a tree preservation order. None of the other trees around the site are statutorily protected, but that oak tree is. But the tree officer is satisfied with the layout and the distances of these units in particular from the RPA of this specimen. The site does occupy a larger tranche of agricultural land that is classified as Grade 1. And yes, it's a material consideration, but again, considered in the wider planning balance, its loss is considered to be outweighed by some of the other factors I've mentioned, not least the current housing land supply position, the explicit allocation of the site in the emerging local plan, and the absence of any other technical objections to the proposals. The site is just off screen here. There are some listed buildings, heritage assets in the form of Tidwell House, which is Grade 2 star listed, and some associated outbuildings, which are listed Grade 2. The intervisibility between these and the site, there's about 300 meters separation distance. The intervisibility is limited such that it is thought that their impact upon the significance of the heritage assets would be restricted, with any harm deemed to be less than substantial. Now, the government guidance advises that where there is less than substantial harm to heritage assets, that needs to be weighed against the public benefits of development, which here is really the boost to housing land supply, which is the principal public benefit identified here. Separation distances to and between existing houses in the Evans Field development and development in Hooker Close are considered to be sufficient as to avoid any materially harmful impacts upon the living conditions of the neighbours. And as I've already alluded to, you do have a significant tree and hedge barrier along the western boundary here between the scheme and the Evans Field houses. All of the units would comply with the national described space standards for their respective bedroom numbers and bed space numbers. And again, as I've already referenced, the layout has undergone quite considerable negotiation involving the council's landscape architect to ensure that good design standards are optimised. So, in conclusion, the scheme comprises housing development of an acceptable quantum on a site that the emerging local plan seeks to allocate for housing development purposes. Given the council's housing land supply position and the absence of any substantive technical concerns in relation to the development, the officer recommendation is that the proposal be supported, subject to Section 106 agreement being entered into, draft heads of terms of which have been supplied for obligations to secure the on and off-site affordable housing provision, on-site open space provision and management, the implementation and management of the surface water attenuation, a traffic regulation order to secure the relocation of the 30 miles per hour speed limit, and the provision of a financial contribution to meet the requirements of the habitat regulations so as to mitigate the impacts upon nearby European protected sites. And it is on that basis that the recommendation of approval is made to members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigel. So we move on to our first speaker. Samantha Thomas, speaking for Carney Sweeney, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, members. So my name is Sam Thomas from Carney Sweeney Planning, and I'm the planning agent for the application. We're very pleased to be here before you today. We've worked hard with your officers to resolve various comments on the proposals through the submission of several layout and landscaping amendments and additional technical information. We thank officers for their inputs and are delighted to have officer support and a recommendation for approval. The current status of the draft local plan is noted, but the emerging allocation clearly indicates the council consider the site is suitable and appropriate for development. As noted in the officer presentation, this is the only site proposed to be allocated in Budleigh, which is identified as a Tier 3 settlement capable of accommodating growth. The housing need for the district deriving from the new standard method and the significant 5-year land supply shortfall of 3.5 years triggers a presumption tilted balance of the NPPF, and it's important for suitable and available sites to be approved to boost housing supply. The applicant is committed to bringing the site forward promptly to deliver much needed housing, open market and affordable housing for Budleigh Salterton and East Devon, and to help demonstrate a sound new local plan. We fully appreciate the sensitivity of the National Landscape designation, which is why the scheme has been developed with landscape input from the outset to address the potential visual impact of the proposals. And this is reflected in the conclusions of our submitted LVIA, which the Council's landscape architect broadly supports. Noting East Devon's significant housing requirements and constraints, it's inevitable that some sites in the national landscape will have to come forward to deliver enough housing. Meeting this need and the significant public benefits of delivering housing, in particular affordable housing in this location, satisfies the exceptional circumstances test in the NPPF. Similarly, the less than substantial harm identified to the setting of the listed buildings in the locality and the loss of BMV agricultural land is also outweighed by the need for and public benefit of the proposal. Connectivity to the town and its facilities is noted as an important issue, and as you've heard from the officer, the scheme provides for the new footway across the site frontage, which will tie into the recently constructed footway across the adjoining Evansfield development. This will provide safe footpath connection via Bedlands Lane to the town and nearby St Peter's Church of England Primary School, as required by the draft allocation policy. While further pedestrian connections to the south cannot be delivered through this application, as the adjoining land is not in the applicant or council's control, the layout has been amended to safeguard future connections to the east and west. All required landscape, arboricultural, ecological mitigation enhancement is embedded in the scheme or can be secured through proposed conditions in section 106. So in conclusion, the principle of development is acceptable for the application of the presumption tilted balance of the NPPF. Proposal complies with the emerging local plan, and there are no technical objections, including no objection from Highways Authority or the LLFA. We would therefore urge members to support the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha, with 2 seconds to spare. Okay, Ward Member, Councillor Charlotte Fitzgerald, you have 5 minutes, Charlotte.
Thank you. Development in national landscapes is always unpopular with most people, except for those who get to live in the housing eventually. But I believe in fairness, and we have a severe affordable housing issue in Budleigh and Raleigh. Hence Budleigh being one of the top 2 settlements requiring a percentage, having one of the highest percentages of affordable housing requirement being set out in the local plan. I do agree with the council's assessment on balance that this development should take place, and I agree with your assessment that it is acceptable because it passes the exceptional circumstances test for development in the national landscape. And I want to commend Nigel and the team for the amount of work that you have put in going back and forth with the developers to really improve the quality of the design of this site and making sure that a number of key concerns have been addressed in the plans. In particular, the extension of the speed limit, which was my particular concern up until has remained a concern even notwithstanding the fact that finally the footpath was delivered to Evansfield last year, because that had been a major worry. Anyone driving past that site, seeing kids ricketing around on bicycles on a grassy slope on beside a 60-mile-an-hour road was enough to instill panic in anyone. So I'm so glad that that has been sorted out and delivered by Devon Highways, and I'm really pleased that you have agreed with the developer to include a traffic regulation order to extend the speed limit, 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, to include both Evansfield and this new development. I remain disappointed that the site will not meet the 50% affordable housing requirement in the existing local plan. The financial contribution is obviously welcome, but ultimately we have 132 households on Devon Homes choice living list living in Budley. So this will be a drop in the ocean in terms of meeting that need. And as you said earlier, it is the only site which is coming forward in the new local plan for Budley. The others having been turned down because of their unsuitability. I do remain concerned about the pedestrian activity, the active travel options for this site. Given that, and I wasn't going to mention the landowner's name, but since you mentioned them earlier, given that Clinton Devon Estates own the land adjoining the site, which separates it from Barn Lane, and given that they have multiple sites coming up for development in both local plans, including the emerging local plan, it seems a little bit inflexible from my perspective that the council isn't able to work with that developer to come to an agreement about footpath provision across that field. I did go and check that the exit onto Barn Lane was safe, and actually the way that field goes right to, because Barn Lane is just a single track high hedge road, it wouldn't be safe if kids were just popping out, you know, over a stile onto that little road. But the way that field extends right out to where the footpath starts on, I think it's Deepways, would be theoretically a very safe way to have a gate or a gate there that children might be able to access the school and also the playgrounds, which are just right there on that corner where you come out. So that was a little bit disappointing to me. There is still some work to be done further up the road to make the cycling provision, which is part of one of the national cycling networks, better, and that's something that we're taking up with the traffic group, which Budley Town Council kindly puts together. So on balance, I'm broadly happy with it. I just want it noted that there are a couple of areas that I'm a little bit disappointed with, and I just want to again thank the officer team for all the work that you've done around this.
Thank you, Charlotte. Bang on 5 minutes. Okay. Yes, I share your disappointment that they couldn't provide a footway. I'd have thought they could have put a permissive footpath through the bottom of the field there without inconveniencing the farmer, a short length of fencing, a little bit of surfacing. I think it would make such a difference to the inhabitants. I take the officer's point that an 800-metre walk is not beyond the bounds, although if you're walking from the bottom of the site, if you live at the bottom of the site and you've got to go all the way up to the main road, it becomes more like a kilometre. But again, that's doable. That's probably about a 20-minute walk to the school. But I think it's a shame that a shorter footpath provision couldn't be made. And I wonder if there might still be time. As you point out, Clinton Devon are bringing forward a number of developments, and it would be a nice gesture on their part to enable this one to have better footpath connections. We have a statement from Councillor Melanie Martin, which Wendy is going to read. You have 5 minutes, Wendy.
I don't think I need that long. Dear Chair and committee members, as ward member of Budley and Raleigh, in principle I support this planning application as it provides some of the housing sorely needed in Budley, although it still falls short on social and affordable housing. During the draft local plan site allocation process, other sites were put forward that would have had a greater negative impact upon the surrounding landscape and buildings. This one was the better and obvious choice, mostly due to its location, adjoining an already existing development. I have, however, read many of the comments from residents and sympathise with their concerns, namely, number one, unfinished neighbouring development. The Beaches development, formerly Evansfield, is a half-finished build. I have driven into the development and I feel for the residents who are living half surrounded by harassed fencing. Sadly, as far as I understand, there is no condition that a planning authority can impose to ensure that a developer has the financial means to complete a development once started, and no recourse for residents who may struggle to sell their properties. And number three, highway safety. There is currently a national speed limit on the B317H8, which means that motorists will be accessing and leaving the development onto a fast road. The safety of pedestrians and young children using the adjacent pathway is paramount. I would urge the Highways Authority to implement a 30-mile-per-hour zone for this and the existing Beach/Evansfield development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, at least that one has been addressed. If it was down to me, I think I'd take the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit all the way down to Barn Lane, so that if another development comes forward in the adjacent field, that one will be covered already. Okay, so we have questions, and I have Councillor Levine with the first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very disappointed with the application, especially about affordable housing. We have a strategy in our local plan that says we need 50% affordable housing, and every time a planning application comes in, we cave in and say we'll accept less. What happened? We'll take a financial contribution towards affordable housing. Where does the money go for? What do we do with it? And if I look at it, on page 87, the Housing Strategy Enabling Officer says the amount for 15.8% contribution is a paltry £145,000. Where does that go towards buying a home these days? So what I would really like to ask is, why do we cave in? Why can't we keep to our strategy when it comes to affordable homes? And what do we do with the money? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of negotiation goes on there, and sometimes the developers just won't budge on that. Yes, I agree the amount that is provided is counterintuitive, but that represents the difference between the market value of the house and its value as affordable home. So a 20% discount, it represents that, that difference. So obviously it doesn't provide more housing. But I'll let the officers answer the question of where it goes, because it is used.
So just explaining a little bit as to how we've come to the 35% on-site plus 15% off-site. We are in a situation where we don't have a 5-year housing land supply. So where we're applying the tilted balance in favour of development, which we are in this case, then our policies, the important policies that we would take into consideration for delivering that housing, have limited weight. And one of those policies is the affordable housing, built-up area boundaries, etc. So we have to bear in mind that those policies are carrying less weight. We're also mindful of where, I suppose, the direction of travel, in that fact that the emerging local plan is not requiring 50%, it's requiring, I'm thinking, 30% for sites like this. So it's looking at sort of getting that sort of somewhere that compromise, pragmatic approach, where we're getting a reasonable delivery of 35% on site, bearing in mind, once we have an adopted emerging local plan, that will drop to 30%. But we're also getting on top of that at the moment, because we're still technically applying our adopted plans, that 15% off-site contribution. It isn't meeting the 50%, but where previously we had been sticking for that 15%, we were invariably getting presented with viability assessments, which often ended up with us getting significantly reduced amounts. So the fact that we've now reached a sort of a situation which reflects our policy situation, the housing land supply situation, and also where we're going with the emerging local plans, means that for the most part, we're not getting challenged on that now. We're not being presented with viability assessments, and we're getting, what is a reasonable delivery. 35% on site plus that 15% is considered to be overall quite a reasonable outcome compared to, what we might have been getting in the past, where we were pushing for that 50%. In terms of how is it spent, so it will goes effectively to our housing team, and it is used towards purchasing affordable homes, whether it's schemes that are building out, or whether it's towards buying existing homes up to provide affordable homes within the district.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Barlow.
Just a question about this balance, and I know lots of my constituents, when you ring you up, they say, what's the balance? So do you have a matrix or something, so that, obviously the 5-year housing land supply is the thing that keeps battering us and saying we're not up to that, but obviously this is in a national landscape. This is, although it is sustainable, it's to the school, it's quite a long way to any houses, shops or anything like that. So do you have a point scoring system, so that that you get 50 points for not having the 5-year housing supply, but then 35 points for near a house? Or is it just Nigel's sort of idea of when he looks at it and thinks, yeah, the balance is about right, and I'll swing it there, just so that everyone understands, please?
So there is no point score, which would make life much easier. But unfortunately, nothing is quite as straightforward as that. So it is, I think the starting point is we have to decide, there's a planning balance to be applied in every decision, whether or not we're applying the tilted balance, or whether it's just, or we're not, we're still ultimately coming to that balancing. What weighs in favour and what weighs against, and ultimately which one comes out as the strongest in that balance. And ultimately, it tends to come down to the officer's professional sort of assessment, their experience of how much weight you give to certain aspects of things, how through that, and looking at appeal decisions, how inspectors have weighed things. So unfortunately, no, there is no matrix that we can apply to give us a clearer, simpler answer. Thank you.
And one other final thing, you say in there, or Nigel mentioned about the water butts, etc. My favourite thing of designating a set amount per bedroom, so that at the end of the day, and again, there must be smart water butts. There's no point in just putting water butts on the house, and again, ensuring that is done, because these prevention of flooding is better than dealing with the consequences of flooding.
Yep, your favourite condition, Ian. Do you want that added as a condition, if possible?
I believe it should be our standard thing. I don't see why we should, every time I bring it up, and I know it's a small point, but every little helps us, and other supermarkets are available, obviously.
And water butts.
And water butts.
Yes, I have noted that as a proposed additional condition. And in fact, Mr. Barrett's just said he, if could, has a couple of comments to make generally about conditions, whether you want to take that now or after questions.
We'll keep going with questions in case there's further conditions that members would like to see. Councillor Howe, Mike.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wish to raise the question over the footpath at the bottom of the site. Because obviously we're proposing it be reserved, although I can't find a condition or a Section 106 agreement, or is there a legal agreement that will preserve that? And the second question is, really, we should be planning to succeed, not planning to fail, and as such, we should be delivering that footpath anyway while the builders are on site and do it cheaply, quickly, and then encourage the two landowners either side to finish their bits, or one landowner on one side to finish their bit, and hopefully the landowner on the other bit to maybe encourage it with working with the parish council to actually take it through. I don't like the idea of trying to protect it, but I can't find the protection, and obviously the soft landscaping plan doesn't show the paths at all, and I'm slightly concerned there's a bit of a disjoint over what's being said and what's being proposed. So please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm more than happy to be wrong, but I can't see it at present.
I think the layout plan on page 50, which obviously would have to be required to be delivered, I think does show, well, I can't decide if it's a footpath or a road, Mike, but it kind of curves round and comes out at the bottom right-hand corner, but perhaps Nigel can confirm that.
Yeah, just to say, we've received an update this morning, as it happens, prior to the meeting. The connections are shown as being offered for adoption to the county council. Sorry. There we go.
That's the one.
Yeah, so I think Councillor Howe is talking about these connections here that I did highlight. Yeah, as I was saying, we've had confirmation that these connections are shown as being offered for adoption to Devon County Council, and I guess they could be conditioned.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Thank you very much for that, and that's great, and I would like it to be conditioned. My concern is obviously that's one plan. The others, particularly the soft landscaping and everything else, show something different. And being as they've got to develop in conformity with the plans, we need to be careful before any decision is made that all the plans are uniform and show the same thing. So I'm just trying to make sure the paperwork is in order before we do anything. Thank you.
Yes, you're right. The slide above shows a different layout. It shows those roads terminating just before the last house. So if you do the slide before, Nigel, page 49.
Further down.
Not the one I was looking at.
So the landscape layouts. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's quite a lot of house designs to go through here. There it
and
is.
then the southern half.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. At least it's not blocked as they sometimes are by a house or somebody's garden, which then definitely precludes any further extension. It looks as though it'd be possible even to have a road access into the next development if that did come forward. Yeah, I think it's a shame that there's not a provision for a footpath there. It would be so much quicker for the kids to get to school. Right, any further questions? Brian, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Ollie. I first would like to say I agree entirely what Mike has said, because I know this area very well. But when I was a lad, I used to go shooting rabbits in this field and ferreting many moons ago. It's a long way. If you come out from the site and turn left, walk up to Bedlands Lane, down to the school, carry on past the green, right the way down into the town, you're looking at the best part of 2 miles, which is a hell of a way to walk. And technically, that wouldn't be sustainable, would it? And there was no bus route. So if this link path at the top of the site is not achieved, it's going to make it very, very difficult, bearing in mind that it's a primary school, so we're looking at young children 5 years old. It's a long way for them to walk to town. There's no recreation area that I can see on this plan that would, a play area or whatever for the children, which I think would be essential, because the nearest one would be at the football club, which if you had the path through the top, would be within a quarter of a mile. But see, if there's no path at the top, they'd have to walk all the way around and down Bar Lane, which is going to wear them out before they get there, if you know what I mean. So I'm not very happy with that. The sewerage is another question. It's not the best place with the lie of the land to get a decent run into the sewerage, which I remember putting many years ago as a machine operator, and I had a JCB and I put the sewerage into Hooker Close, and it's very deep, probably 4 or 5 meters deep if I recall. So linking up to that is going to be a problem because it's on a slope and it's running away. And that's all I have to say, Chair. Thank you.
Ian.
Well, I don't think there's been any objections from
Southwest.
There never is, Chair.
So no, exactly.
Just on that point, Chair, just before we go, I went in there to Evans. They have a children's play area in the top of that, or the bottom of that, if you like. So if there was a path linking the two, there would be access to a children's play area there. And much as everyone says it's not finished, it looked very finished on thing. I know there's a few Harris fences up there, but it was very odd because the whole half, there was no one in any of the houses. It was empty, but they all looked very finished and polished up, ready to go.
Good. Yeah, it's been a long time coming, that one, because the first... yeah, by all means, Brian.
I want to know, ask the agent, how much effort has the company put into trying to sort out this problem with the footpath? Have you made concerted effort, or are you just making, a quiet request? I mean, and could we insist on the footpath being there as part of the development?
No.
Are you able to answer that? Yep, please.
Thank you.
Could you
Beg
turn
your
your
pardon?
mic?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so my clients have made contact with Clinton Devon, who own the land, and unfortunately just did not receive a response. Obviously, with Clinton Devon's proposed allocation not being supported, kind of suggests they're probably unlikely to want to be cooperative, and because we were able to provide the footway connection across the front of the site. And originally we did also propose to extend that across Evans Field, but obviously that has now been delivered separately. So we felt that was, as confirmed by Nigel, an acceptable alternative. As I said, we seek to safeguard. I do note that plan doesn't show that connection, and we'd be happy just to coordinate with Nigel, just making sure the plans tie up. But those connections up to the site boundary would be part of the Section 38 works. So would be delivered once, if Evanfield is adopted, then it could tie in. Obviously, if the adjoining site ever does become available, then it could tie in to provide the access to Barn Lane. But essentially, it's not in my client's control, and they've not been able to get any agreement from the landowner.
Okay, thank you. It's good to know, though, Ian, that there is some play facility, and I think, Charlotte, you mentioned some play equipment. Was that the one in Evansfield you were talking?
No, the one I was referring to is, I don't know how easy it is to flick back to the zoomed out site, which shows where the primary school is, because I'd be able to point it out on there. It's an East Devon play facility that's recently been upgraded 2 years ago, and it's fantastic. And it takes the children all the way through. It's between the school's playing field and the football club. Yeah, so it's just around about where the cursor is there. Yeah, I mean, I'll take the opportunity whilst I've got the microphone to caution directing people to privately owned and managed developer-provided children's playgrounds. Quite often they are quite insufficient. As children get older, it's fine for toddlers overseen by parents, but the one at Greenway Lane, you know, cost almost £200,000 and is absolutely fantastic, and it's well used by children from all over the town. Thanks.
Thank you for that. So they're going to have a long way round, aren't they? Because they're going to have to go along the 3178, down Bedlands Lane, and then back along Barn Lane, and they'll be able to, I should think their mum will be able to pass a sandwich over the hedge to them once they're there. Right, so yeah, unfortunate that, but yeah, I take Brian's point about it's a long way down into the town, but it's not an unpleasant walk, and I haven't actually measured it out myself, but it would be doable, I think, Brian. With yeah, Bedlands Lane walking up there can be a bit of a trek, but you know, it all builds up your strength. I think, you know, as Ed Freeman said to me once, it's not a question of whether people will or will not use cars to access, you know, shops and facilities. It's a question of could they do it without a car? And if their car was off the road and they thought, okay, I'm going to have to walk it, it's doable. It wouldn't completely exhaust you. Okay, any further questions? Okay, in that case, oh, Steve, Councillor Gazzard.
Just a question to the developer, if I may. With the houses, are you considering putting solar panels on the roofs, please?
He's asking if they're going to consider putting solar panels on. You able to answer that one, I think? I know as part of the Future Homes Standard, it is anticipated a lot of developers would need to do that in order to meet the requirements, but I'll let you answer that one.
Yeah, apologies. I can't quite recall if it's PV or air source or a combination of both, and I can't get the Wi-Fi to work to just check into my folders. But there is a sustainability statement, so Nigel might be able to answer. Apologies, I didn't check that bit this morning.
Okay, good point, Steve. Okay, so air source heat pumps, but they work best if in combination with solar panels, quite definitely. Well, and a battery system, to be honest. That's sorry, Ian, what isn't a stipulation?
Well, to hit the building regulations, which is what we're talking about, if you put solar panels on, it makes the house more efficient. So then you can reduce the amount of insulation you put on to still tick the building's regs. So you give with one end and take with the other, unless, of course, the developer wants to do everything and spend more money on the thing, which they don't usually want to do.
Yeah, I about your knowledge of the devious tricks that property developers can get up to. Yeah, I think that probably is one of the disappointments that was expressed at the Future Homes Standard when it was first brought out, that those things can compensate for each other. Okay. Any further questions? In that case, we can go into debate. Councillor Howe.
I will quite happily propose approval subject to those changes and those conditions. Thank you.
Okay. And that's a seconder, Ian?
Yeah, happy to second.
Thank you. Do you just want to read out what the changes are to the conditions, Wendy?
So 2 additional conditions, that a water conservation strategy be agreed, including 110 litre water butts per bedroom. A condition requiring the footpaths in the southern part of the site linking to the east and west boundaries be provided prior to occupation of probably something like the 30th dwelling. Also wanting not a condition, but a request that the officers check that the conditions plan, if necessary, is updated to make sure that all of the approved plans show those footpath links. So it may be that some of the plan numbers changed if we need to receive any updated plans. So those are the ones I have, but I know that Mr. Barrett had previously mentioned something about wanting to comment on conditions. Was there anything you wanted to add?
Yes, if I may. Thank you very much. Should have brought it up in the presentation, really, so apologies for that oversight. The conditions have been reviewed by the applicants and the agent, and it has been requested that there be some slight modification to condition 7 in relation to the ecological mitigation and enhancement measures that are set out in the submitted ecological impact assessment. And the proposed revision, or the revision requested, asks for phased provision of the mitigation and enhancement features rather than the provision of all of them prior to the commencement of any part of the development. I've been advised that it's likely that plots will be completed and occupied in stages, so it would not be possible to confirm measures for all plots prior to first occupation of the whole development. And the request is that the condition be amended so that the trigger for the compliance information to be per plot. Now, it is recognised that it would generate considerably greater work, but the revised wording that has been suggested has been run past our ecologists, and they are comfortable with the revised wording that has been suggested. So that the condition would read that no plot shall be first occupied until the local planning authority has been provided with a compliance report by a qualified ecologist, including photographs and completed toolbox talk sheets detailing the following ecological mitigation and enhancement features for that plot have been installed / constructed. Integrated bat boxes, 1 per dwelling, bird boxes, 1 per dwelling, and then insect bricks and hedgehog highways would remain unchanged. And the final sentence, which cross-references compliance with details within the Habitat Monitoring and Management Plan, Landscape Ecological Management Plans, and Construction Ecological Management Plans, are argued not to be required because they are dealt with by draft conditions 9 and 10. And again, the omission of that final sentence in condition 7 is acceptable to the council's ecologist. That's condition 7. I should also, I think, this is quite remiss of in the drafting of the report. I think there also needs to be a bespoke condition to secure the provision of the footway along the B3178 frontage, which I don't think is included. I think from historical recollection, Ah. Okay, maybe I'm belt and braces, but yes, no. Sorry, let me just look at my notes.
Sorry, Chair, can I just interject? I think we just need to confirm, because we can't have belt and braces. It's not, we want either one. The preference is a condition. If it can't be dealt with by condition, then it needs to go into the section 106.
Yeah. So yes, I think being off site, I think it would be best to secure further obligations that ensure that provision is made. I think that was part of the trouble with the Evans Field scheme, that the frontage footway wasn't robustly secured, so don't want to make the same mistake.
So,
Chair, yeah, I'm just going to suggest maybe we just take a... Nigel's got the chance to formulate the additional wording for any section 106 agreement or for any condition. Would that be fine?
I think so long as it's, yes.
What additions are you're talking about making an addition to the section 106 heads of terms, aren't you, just then? So what is exact, can you read the exact wording out then so members know what they're voting on, please?
Provision of the footpath shown on plan number X.
Yeah.
Linking the site access to that.
We could add provisions to secure the provision of the footway along the site frontage between points X and Y on a particular plan, which I'm sure we could secure an additional or a revised plan to define.
Can I, actually, I don't think I'm clear. I'm not sure that members are clear.
I mean, subject to the High Court's decision in the Isle of Wight, we can't technically amend Section 106 heads of terms without going back out to public consultation.
So we can amend the heads of terms at this stage, and in line with that case, all we need to do now, if there is a Section 106 agreement, is make sure that when there's an initial draft, for instance, submitted, that's then put on our website for people to comment, again, when it's at the engrossment stage, and again, then when it's completed, and we do all those steps as a matter of course. It is perfectly fine to amend heads of terms at this stage for you to be able to comment on those.
Thank goodness for that. Thank you.
So the recommendation says approval with conditions subject to completion of an S106 to secure affordable housing, open space, SUDS provision and maintenance and habitat mitigation, but it doesn't mention the provision of the footway or actually the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, which I think is that covered elsewhere. That's and that's where, Mike, in the conditions. That is in the 106. Okay.
So
is it the footway provision we haven't got?
Yeah, I mean, the Section 106 heads of terms as set out in the officer report are very generic. They're just to give an indication to members what it is that will be provided. And I think that it would be sufficient to just add that there would be an obligation to ensure the provision of a footway linking the access of the site to the footway at Evans Fields prior to occupation of the first dwelling.
Charlotte.
Does it need to be stated whether or not that's an adoptable footpath? Thank you.
I think if it's on the county highway, it would have to be adoptable. And I was just going to suggest that we are specifying that we are talking about the footway along the B3178, because otherwise an alternative footway could be provided. It's got to link to, yeah.
Just on the point of adoption, I think we could say that to build to adoptable standard, it's not within our powers to be able to require something to be adopted, but we can say it has to be built to adoptable standard.
Right, we've put that one through the ringer. Are we all confident we understand what additional conditions and provisions are being put into the S106? Yeah, you've
Chair.
got 2 more to go yet.
Just, we've also got an appropriate assessment.
Yes.
Can we do that one
Yeah,
first?
I had noted that, and somehow it's gone out of my head,
Yeah, I
Damien.
thought it might,
Yeah. So firstly, we have an appropriate assessment to adopt. So could we have all in favour of adopting the appropriate assessment? Yeah. Okay, I think that's unanimous. I'll take it that hand was up, Steve. You're right there. Okay, so we now move on to, with those additional conditions and amendment of the S106, we have a recommendation for approval. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, is that unanimous?
I think it's unanimous. Yeah, I don't see anyone against. Okay. Right then. So that one is passed. So we do have technically agenda item 10 and 11 on our agenda. I don't know whether we should
Yeah, go on.
defer those to the afternoon or,
Oh, no,
or
'cause
try and
people will
gallop
be
through
coming
them.
in for the Altry one, won't they?
Yeah,
Carry on.
yeah, exactly. So, okay, so let's just see if we can get through them. We'll certainly do agenda item 10 anyway, and let's see how long we spend on that.
It's actually me, not Jack, presenting it.
Oh, right, okay. Mrs. Ormsby is going to present on
Steve,
this one.
Steve Gasson, please.
Steve,
Can I just request, Chair, that I be excused for a while because I'm not feeling well.
I thought you were looking a bit peaky there, Steve.
Continue or not?
Oh, yeah.
Shall,
Oh, sorry, I'm going mad.
shall we just take, shall we just take 5, just to give everybody a little break?
What's up with Steve?
He's not feeling very well. So we'll reconvene 1:10 past 1.
Oh, we're having a
Okay, if we can have everybody back. Where's Brian?
He's probably making sure Steve's all right.
Yeah, I thought it might be. Yeah. And who's next to? Oh, John. So he hasn't come back either. You give him 5 minutes. And,
Oh, has he come for the sandwiches as well?
I mean, if they're all looking after Steve and they don't feel he can get back in, then we'll start without them. That's fine. We'll just breeze through. Okay.
All we do is
So,
the query. Sorry.
yeah.
Chair, sorry, can we give me a minute? I've got a query.
Yep. Okay. So we'll move on to agenda item 10, planning application 252502, FUL, redundant barn adjacent to Burnt House Cottage, North Muston, Sidmouth. And Mrs. Ormsby is going to present the report on this one.
Chair, can I jump in? Sorry, before we start going through
yes,
the
sorry.
applications again, can we just take declarations, please? Thank you.
So Councillor Smith, do you have any declarations?
I am now present and I have no declarations.
Okay. Members outside committee, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yes, I have a declaration of interest. I don't know of what sort. I have a connection to the architect whose child attends the same school as mine. and has lobbied me on this particular application.
Okay, so that's direct.
So, I mean, if that's the case, if they're not a close associate, it's just somebody you know because the child attends the same school as your child, then I would say that's an effects non-registrable interest. So an effects NRI, it means you can still take part in and speak. I mean, you're not on the actual committee anywhere, but you can still speak about it. The only difference being is if it was prejudicial, you would have had to speak and then you'd have had to leave the room. But it's fine, you can stay.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry?
She is the ward member.
Yes, it says Sidmouth, but it's actually in Otterton Parish.
Doesn't matter either way anyway, she's just a non-committee member, and because she's a member, she's still to declare her interests.
Okay, so that's all clear then, Charlotte. Okay, over to Mrs. Ormsby.
Hello. So this is an application for the conversion of an existing barn to create a single new dwelling, including a rear single-storey extension. The plan here shows the location, so the red indicates the application site. As you can see, it's within the countryside, so outside of any built-up area boundary. It's about 1.5 miles south of Northmouth Town and about 1 mile by foot to Collerton Raleigh. So development in the countryside where Strategy 7 applies, which states that, that development is generally not accepted unless required for agriculture or otherwise explicitly permitted by other policies in the development plan. The relevant policy to consider this would be policy D8, which does allow the conversion of existing buildings within the countryside subject to meeting the various criteria within that policy. This just shows the context of the site, and as you can see, it's surrounded by Grade 2 listed buildings. So Burnt House Cottage, immediately north of the site, Burnt House Farm, Burnt House Linné, and Burnt House Barn. All, as you can see, strongly related. The barn subject to this application is not a designated listed building. However, the assessment of our conservation officers in reviewing this application is that they consider it to be a non-designated heritage asset. They feel that they're looking at the building materials, style, location. It is likely, very likely, that it was built sort of in association with the sort of the farmstead that originally originated in this area, and that due to its age, materials of construction and association, they consider it to be a non-designated heritage asset, which means that we do need to consider that on the basis that the NPPF sets out that any adverse impacts any sort of to that heritage asset are weighed against any public benefits deriving from it. The other point to be aware of is this is located within the national landscape, and as you'll see from photographs later, it's in an elevated position relative to the road. So this just shows the site here with the various listed buildings around. And this is the existing plans, and you can see better in the photographs that it is relatively unaltered, attractive building in a state of some disrepair and not in use at the moment. It's effectively cob walls on a stone rubble base with a corrugated roof, and you can see again the slope of the land here. Notably, a structural survey has been submitted with this application because one of the criteria for policy D8 is that the building is capable of conversion, and the structural survey has indicated that the building is capable of conversion. This shows the proposed plans. So the proposal is to insert glass on the front main opening to the building And then on the rear is a sizable flat-roofed single-storey extension which wraps around the side to create a sort of porch entrance feature, and roof lights added into the roof slopes, and the extension clad with black timber. So these plans show the extent of the, I'll just try and zoom in a little bit here, just to make it a little bit clearer. So what the proposal involves, because of the change in levels, levelling, so this is reusing the existing site access, levelling the land, creation of retaining walls through the use of gabion baskets to create a parking and turning area, and then steps, slope and steps up to the extension. The extension is pretty much, I think it's just under doubling the floor space of the building. One of the criteria of policy D8 is that there are no significant extensions required in the conversion of the building. So in that regard, this is not compliant. The extension itself is about 10.8 metres by 5.8 metres by 3 metres high, with a sedum roof, and creates a 3-bedroom, 6-person dwelling. The relationship you can see here, you've got windows in the northern elevation, so the nearest residential property is just to the north here, which is Burnt House Cottage. They have raised concerns about potential for adverse impacts on them, particularly with regard to overlooking. And I think the officer view is that you could have obscure glazing in these windows, because this is just an entrance hall and I think a bathroom, to prevent overlooking from the closest windows. There is 1-bedroom window here which wouldn't be appropriate to have as obscure glazed, because it's the only window to that room, but the separation distances are deemed to be adequate. So there's no concerns raised about impacts on neighbours. This is a view of the barn. So as you can see, an attractive barn, whilst it is in a bit of a state of disrepair and disused, nevertheless still quite an attractive feature within the rural landscape. You can see the area here, which would be levelled. At the moment it's gently sloping and grassed. That would be levelled with retaining walls around to create the parking and turning area, and you would see the extension at the side. This shows a view facing north. So this is the neighbour at Burnt House Cottage, Grade 2 listed building. The application site access would be in here.
Don't think your pointer's showing
Oh,
on the screen.
apologies. Oh, been all that time not using my laser pen. Apologies. So I'll just go back. So yeah, application site in here. And this is Burnt House Barn. So this has got planning permission to be converted to a dwelling, which includes removal of this sort of rather unsympathetic sort of Nissan hut type development here. And then you've got the farmhouse to the distance here, which are all Grade 2 listed. This is looking at the back of the barn, where the single-storey extension would be attached, going across, pretty much across the entire rear elevation. And then you can see the relationship with Burnt House Cottage, which is set down at a lower level. And then you can see again the sort of the intervisibility between this site and Burnt House Barn opposite. And this is a view the opposite way from behind Burnt House Barn, facing west towards the application site in here. And this is looking from behind Burnt House Barn towards Burnt House Farm and the Linné, both Grade 2. And I think that is it with our slides. So you'll have seen from the officer report, the key concerns really about the impact on this as a non-designated heritage asset itself, the impact on the setting of the designated heritage assets, and also the impact on the national landscape. The conservation officer identifies the merits of this building in itself. The extension is large, very large in relative to the original size of the development, and it is considered that it in itself is disproportionate. It will dominate the building, and due to its scale, design materials will overly domesticate the building, particularly in combination with the hard standings at the front, and it will materially detract from its significance as a non-designated heritage asset. There is also going to be intervisibility, more so between Burnt House Cottage and the barn, with the main bulk of the extension, but also the works at the front of the building, which, as I said, that excavation necessary to provide the parking area, and the intervisibility with those listed buildings opposite. Again, it's considered that it will adversely affect the setting of those designated heritage assets, which weigh against the proposal. The site is also in the national landscape, where we have to give great weight to conserving the special qualities of the national landscape, and nowadays also to further the purpose of that national landscape. And it is considered again that this the overall development, scale of development, both the works at the front of the building and also the extension itself, will adversely impact on the national landscape. It's considered that in combination, the adverse impact on the national landscape, the adverse impact on the heritage assets are such that they are significantly are at odds with the NPPF, the framework itself, which means that in this instance, as the officer view is, we are not applying the tilted balance in favour of development, as set out in footnote 7 of to paragraph 11 of the NPPF. Furthermore, there is concerns from our ecologists that whilst ecological surveys have been submitted, they don't follow best practice. The building is identified one with high potential to be a potential maternity bat roost. They've done 2 emergent surveys, and best practices would be for a third to take place. That hasn't happened, and therefore there's an objection from the ecologist. So overall, this is recommended for refusal on 4 grounds summarised there: visual impact on the national landscape, less than substantial harm to designated and non-designated heritage assets which are not outweighed by the public benefit, insufficient information to ensure that we're properly mitigating impacts on protected species. And furthermore, it is an unsustainable location for a new dwelling. If that was the only issue, that may in itself not weigh against it, but in combination, it is a further negative aspect of the development, hence the inclusion as a further reason for refusal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ormsby. So next we hear from the agent, Doug Miller, of MRA Design Studio. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Miller. I'm a director of MRM, and we are the architects and agents for this application. I live just up the road from the site and have taken great pride on working on this project. We have done so with enormous care, thoroughness, and sensitivity. Our aim was to retain and preserve this barn and repurpose it as a home. The barn's character, its form and finishes are fully retained. It fully complies with all policies that allow these barns to be converted to homes. A modest extension has been concealed at the rear and consists of an entrance, toilet facilities, and a kitchen dining area. Only the front door is visible from the public domain for obvious reasons. The varied internal floor levels show how we have carefully worked within the existing site contours, avoiding the need for excavation. The contemporary extension minimises impact on the existing barn, For example, the flat roof prevents intrusion into the original barn's roof form. The planning department have described the extension as substantial and that the parking area and planting make it appear too domestic in appearance. This is not a substantial extension. We have designed 2 barns just a few hundred metres from this site, both of which include contemporary extensions, proportionally larger than this example, both of which were fully supported and approved by the planning team. One of those barns was listed in a setting of listed buildings. Evidentially, the planning department has approved similar applications previously, and we ask that the relevant policies and decisions are applied consistently. How can this modest extension be too big when recent bigger extensions to sensitive barns are acceptable? The proposed parking to the front is as existing. No excavations are required. Existing stone walls form the parking area and is a space already used to park vehicles. Why would this approach not be supported? We have added low pebble-filled gabion basket to allow a grassed area to be more usable and easily cut in the future by making a steep slope a little more gentle. This is far from introducing unnecessary domestic features. It's sensible, pragmatic and thoughtful design, thinking about people having to live in and maintain this barn. This is a sensitive barn conversion, which, like other local barn conversions we have designed, will create a distinctive home that contributes positively to its surroundings. From the public domain, it fully retains its agricultural character. The modest concealed rear extension makes this a viable home for someone to build and live in. The application is fully supported by our local leaders, the parish council and councillors, and I would therefore ask you to apply consistent decision-making that is supported by policy and the will of the community this application sits in.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming in under time. And Ward Member Charlotte Fitzgerald.
Thank you. So I think the thing that I want to deal with first is the idea of the sustainable location. There are so many contradictions with, I feel, with the decision by officers to recommend refusal with this. Only just the other day, the planning application was granted for the conversion of the barn just opposite, the one that's Grade 2 listed. So in terms of the sustainability of the location, I don't really understand why this has been, the rules have been applied differently here. I spoke to the parish council about this one last night. They were very much in favour of the application when it first came to them a couple of months ago. And they spoke quite movingly, actually. Indeed, the clerk spoke at some length about the importance of providing family homes in our village. My daughter attends a local school. It is a very small school of less than 45 students, and it is a constant worry to residents in the area that we are not getting enough families in because of the unaffordability and the unsuitability and the unavailability of housing in our area. And it's making the problem worse, and nobody wants to see our local school go. It's an absolutely outstanding place which everybody loves. There are children coming in from various villages around it, and I don't see that it's really not that far it's perfectly feasible for people to access the village by bike, if not on foot. In terms of the building itself, the extension, I don't feel that it is particularly large when you consider the volume. It's not nearly as high as a sort of first floor extension. It's not nearly as high as the roof line of the main building. I do understand that the floor plate is much larger. Well, it's not larger than the main building, but it is quite large, the floor plate. But it's not very high, and it is tucked around the back of the building, so it's certainly not seen from the road. I have been down there, and I am satisfied that it's not something which impinges on the setting, and it's certainly because it's all on the other side of the road from Burnt House Farm and the adjacent barn. none of it would really impinge from that perspective onto the cluster of the buildings there. I think it looks like it would be make a lovely home for a family, and it is something that I would like to see supported by this council. In terms of some of the other reasons for opposing it, you know, there seems to be a remaining bat survey. Is there a possibility that that could be conditioned to happen? If there are some minor design elements, perhaps, you know, a porous surface for the driveway, perhaps the colour of the building to match to the previous cob, that has been done elsewhere in the village. Elsewhere in the village, there's actually a flat roof extension on a cob building of similar or possibly older, and that is right on 4th Street, and you see it as you're driving down 4th Street. I, to be honest, was quite surprised that that had been installed, but there is already a precedent within the village for that kind of thing in a much more prominent location. Yeah, I think it's, I would like to support this application, and I would really urge the committee to consider the needs of the local community, which have been laid out by the parish council, and try and find a way to support this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions? Councillor Levine.
The report refers to 3 figures. Where can I find them, please? It says figure 1, figure 2, figure 3, all through the report, and I can't find any of them.
Apologies, the report was originally prepared with images in, but we don't normally include them in committee reports, so I removed them without removing the text, for which I apologise. But the images are in the presentation, you will have seen them.
Thank you. Can I get an assurance that beauty is in the eye of the beholder?
You can. Okay. So, any further questions? No? Okay, in that case we can go into debate. Oh, it was a tie there. I think, Ian, I'll give Yehudi the preference if you don't mind. Councillor Levine.
Thank you. All I want to say that I found the arguments of Councillor Fitzgerald very convincing. So as far as I'm concerned, I really don't see how you can give building consent to one building and refuse it for another. The building is not particularly beautiful, in my opinion, and I disagree with the heritage officer's considerations on this one. So I would urge the committee to go against officer's recommendation.
Ian, and then
Okay, is that a proposal, Yehudi? Yeah, a proposal of approval? Well, it's usually Damien usually jumps in faster if it's a refusal. But
No, we still need reasons.
Yep.
Ian.
Okay, Damien.
Ian.
So,
Brian,
Chair,
sorry.
can we have
Yeah.
reasons why Councillor Yehudi's going against officer recommendation?
Can you give reasons, Yehudi, why you feel? Well, let's hear some other speakers and then see if you can come up
Yeah.
with something.
Ian.
So I've got Ian,
And
Brian, and Mike. Fine.
I would like. I also have difficulties with this. I popped out there yesterday to have a look at it, and also I have difficulties. I have difficulties when we are quite happy to build in an area of outstanding or landscape, not an area of outstanding natural beauty anymore, a national landscape where we are decimating 2-3 hectares at a time, and we say that the tilted balance works in its favour there because we're getting a handful of houses, 35 houses in the last one. And yet here is one down a lane that I should imagine 3 people use a year. That's an exaggeration, but very, very few people. This is a road from Newton Poppleford to Otterton off that road. So it's very tucked away there. There is a house next door. I know it is listed, but it really, when I went there, you couldn't see it. The barn opposite is being converted, so again, that's being changed. I just think that we are almost making a mockery of you can decimate one part of it, but here is one bit tucked away somewhere that really, from the front, is not going to change hugely, other than the bit on the side. And again, is it possible, if we were to convince us, that we could put a restriction on it that it must be a permanent residence, not a second home or a holiday home? Is that within our gift in any way, Section 147 or not?
No, it isn't, because we don't have any policies for primary residency. There are certain neighbourhood plans, most famously being St Ives, but other authorities where they have a specific policy, but in the absence of such a policy, we wouldn't be able to apply such a restriction.
I just want to caution members about comparing different applications, because each one must be taken on its merits, and just because something that appears to be similar has been granted elsewhere, there may be compelling reasons why one was granted and another is recommended for refusal. So let's not say, well, we allowed one conversion but not another, because we do that all the time.
Sorry, I was merely pointing out about the national landscape and also saying that the one opposite was being converted, and I quite accept that might change it, but again, it's not trying to say that just because one has been done.
That's fine, Ian. Brian?
And John.
Thank you, Chair. Most of what I was going to say has been said by Mr. Barlow, but I do agree with Yehudi. We have to appear to be consistent. We're just looking at a few hundred metres from one building to another, and one is deemed to be sustainable and the other is not. And it doesn't seem right to me, and that's all I like to say on the matter. Thank you.
Well, Brian, I've just said we should be careful about comparing different applications. Sometimes we permit barn conversions, but on this one, the officers feel it's a step too far. We've got a number of people coming in. Can I just say it's going to be some time before we get round to the Go Away Close application, which I'm guessing you're all here for. We are running late, which is not unprecedented. The committee haven't had their lunch yet. So I suspect it's probably going to be at least 2:30 before we are ready to consider that application. Just so you know, if you're happy to sit there for the 3/4 of an hour, that's fine. But if you want to go off and do something, that's also fine. Okay. So, yeah, you've made your point, Brian. But as I say, no, we're not. We're still on questions. And Councillor Howe was next with a question, I believe. Okay. No, I thought we were still on questions. Councillor Heath, did you have a question? Okay, that's fine. In that case, Mike, we'll go into debate then.
Right. Ignoring what's gone on in the questions, I cannot at this time, in due diligence, accept we could approve this without the ecology part being completed. I'm trying to work out, and I will look at Wendy here and go, can we condition it to say the ecology part? Because depending on the results of the ecology, depends on what mitigation needs to be done, and that's part of the primary application, surely. You can't condition something you don't know what the result's going to be, can you?
No, it's very clear that when it comes to for things like protected species surveys, Natural England are very clear that the any necessary surveys have to be done before the grant of planning permission, and it would be contrary to habitat regulations for us to make to seek to condition that.
So the fact is, we would be probably making a very bad decision, ignoring the other bits, purely on the ecology bit. So I look at committee and go, please do not make a bad decision worse at this minute in time. At the very least, it needs a deferral to the right reports to come in. or site visit or something else to make that decision. But at this minute in time, I do not believe we should be even considering approving it without the reports being done correctly.
Okay, can I just pause for a moment, because the agent did put his hand up, so I don't know whether you have something to add on the ecology aspect?
I'm very sorry. Obviously, we had a full ecology survey done with 2 emergent surveys. Nothing was found on the site, and it's only a technicality in that has been raised by the local ecologist. So it's an interpretation between professionals.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Heath.
Thank you, Chair. Right, I don't see why modern conversions can't sit side by side with listed buildings. This happens on an industrial scale in cities. Thank you. But what we're talking about here is an individual dwelling, and I would support it in principle. I do take Mike's point about ecology, but I've listened to the agent as well. It might be difficult, but I'd like the agent to confirm whether or not this development is going to be prioritised for local families, because places like this and places like Branscombe do need local families to move in rather than second homeowners or holiday lets. Now, I know there's no compulsion on that, but it certainly would enhance the topography and the demographics of the village if there were more local families that moved in. Thanks.
Well, absolutely, but we cannot, we've just heard Mrs. Ormsby say we can't condition that, and even if the agent were to assure us that it will be occupied by a family, 2 years down the line they could sell it and move on. So
yeah, I hear that, and it's an anomaly. I do accept that is something that can't be done, but it would be preferable.
Yeah. Okay, any other speakers? Okay. Yeah.
I just want to say, and I could take Mike's point there. Is it within our gift to do this or not? If it's not, then there's no point. We either need to defer this or we've got to refuse it. It's really simple. So it was obviously swinging towards people might want to pass this. Are you saying it's not physically possible to, by making it a condition to do whatever with the bats, basically?
So no, the officer advice is that the additional survey work is needed if the council, the committee were minded to approve. So I would suggest that that members have to consider if you are satisfied on all other matters, so you're satisfied on the heritage impacts and the landscape impact and the location of the development, then there are 2 options. One would be to refuse it only on the ecological grounds, or the second would be to defer it until the required survey work had been undertaken. But I don't know whether the applicant is willing to do that, I mean, I think we're probably the right time of year, approaching the right time of year for that work to be undertaken, because it can't be taken obviously at any time of the year. So I think it's May to October normally.
I'd like to suggest or move a motion that we have a site visit to look at the views that you will get from those different barns as to whether it will actually damage the heritage, because I think that is more important than whether experts are arguing over a bat survey. And then we can always decide at that stage if we think that that is important, or our environmentalists can prove that they haven't done what they should have done, we can then ask them to do that, or refuse it if they haven't done it by then. Thank you.
I just want to caution against a site visit, because we have conservation officers who judge the heritage aspects of these things. For us to go and look at it as lay people and try and make a decision on whether we think there is heritage harm, and that has to be assessed on a certain level as well, I think is possibly...
Chair, sorry, isn't that what we're here for? That at the end of the day, we listen to our experts, we get a judgment of them, it's their best view of it, and then we come along and say whether we think there is proper harm to those heritage buildings or not, in the position it is in the countryside.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with you about that. If you want to propose a site visit, then that's fine. We'll take a vote on that. Councillor Collins and then Councillor Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm always very cautious of going against officer recommendation anyway, so I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. But what I would like to see is for this application to be deferred so that we can allow for the appropriate work to take place around the ecology assessment and then bring it back when we've got a fuller picture to give the application a fair shot and a fair hearing with us to have all of the information to make an informed choice. Yes, I am proposing that.
Okay, I thought we already had a proposal
Didn't have a second.
to
She's
approve.
proposed.
Did we not have a seconder?
No.
Chair,
No, she's,
my understanding is that Councillor Yehudi Levine put forward a proposal to approve. We had a seconder from Councillor Barlow, and that's all we've got at the moment, and we still didn't have any reasons for that. So if that's going to be withdrawn, then speak now, if you're wanting it to
Sorry,
go.
I thought that was withdrawn because at the end of the day, we were waiting to go back in 5 minutes to find out if we could have the reasons for it. So as far as I was concerned, that was withdrawn.
Yeah, you're not the proposer though, you were the seconder.
Yeah, Yehudi, are you
We had
happy
it down
to
that you'd seconded
withdraw
it,
your
sorry.
application to?
We should defer the decision.
Okay.
so
Count-
he's seconded Bethany's.
So Councillor Collins proposed deferral, so we'll take that as seconding Yehudi.
He didn't have a seconder. Well, never mind, we've got one.
I'm really not precious about who is considered, and I don't think Bethany is either. So if you want to make it that Councillor Barlow proposed deferral, then, and you're going to second it.
I will second it on the condition that we have the conservation officer with us.
Okay.
No, he's
So,
proposed.
Chair, it's two separate proposals,
yes,
isn't it?
yes.
Chair, if I
The
can jump in
proposal
now at
was-
the moment,
yeah.
my understanding is we've got two separate proposals. For a start off, we've got the one that's been put forward for a site visit by Councillor Barlow, seconded by Councillor Howe. Then there was a suggestion of another proposal just to defer to enable officers to obtain any further information. So I see those as being two different things at the moment. Is there a suggestion in the site visit that we also enable officers to obtain this extra information? Or is it literally that you're wanting to just go out and have a look at something that a conservation officer's commented on?
Chair, yes, exactly that. It also, as well as giving us the chance to view and speak to the historic conservation officer on site to understand their concerns or not, particularly in comparison to the barn next door, but also it gives everyone a chance to get the ecology report done completely.
Okay, so just to jump in again, Chair, can we put that to the proposer because you were the seconder, not the proposer? Then
That's
we
what-
can do it all in the right fashion like we should. I think everybody must be hungry.
I did say, and I realise everyone's getting hangry now, but I did say actually that at the end of it gives everyone the opportunity to get the thing for the bats, etc., the ecology report done. So that was exactly what I suggested in the first place.
So we're deferring for a site visit, just so I'm clear. Okay. And preferably with the conservation officer present if possible. Okay. Okay, so that is the proposal, members, that we defer this application for a site visit, hopefully with the conservation officer present. So all those in favour? And, okay, and against and abstaining.
You
Three.
can't.
It,
You
well,
missed it.
yeah, so that's why he's abstaining. Okay, so that one is deferred for a site visit. Okay, we have, I really wonder if the Plymtree one, just bear with us for a minute. I just want to talk to Mrs. Ormsby. Can I just check if the applicant, Susie Carter, you're,
Reading it.
you're reading, oh yes, I've got that, Wendy. Okay,
There's nobody here, we could put it at the end.
yeah.
Should we just check? Is
That's-
anybody in the room for that one?
Can I just check, there's nobody here for the planning application for the Blacksmith's Arms in
No,
Plymtree?
it's not.
Because that one was due to be heard this morning, but we're suggesting that we defer it until the end of the afternoon, and we will then break for lunch and come back for the Go Away Close application. Okay, well, let's make it 2:30. Let's give us an extra 5 minutes. Okay, so 2:30, members, back here.